evening. Thank you guys for coming. We really appreciate it. Once again, thanks everybody for being here. And we have a pretty full agenda. We're going to be jumping around and not doing everything exactly in the order that the agenda is in order to cover all the topics and work our staff in with them. And we're going to start off with what is number 2 on the agenda, and that is outcomes funding components. We have with us Jim Pinkard, who's the community college finance guy.
Yes,
Board.
for lack of a better
finance
expression.
guy, is that what we call you?
Yeah, the finance
And we
guy.
also have with us Diane Ergel, who usually runs all the numbers that are related to momentum points and other things like that. So Jim's going to walk us through the current state of affairs, and then you're welcome to ask questions at any point in time. Take it away, Jim.
Absolutely. As we step right into number 2 here, feel free to interrupt me and ask questions at any time. So nobody enjoyed the joke. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. In the cheap seats. Maybe for those of you on hold and listening to Journey via your hold music, you're chuckling to yourselves. Okay, so all of you know funding right now, formula funding right now, is predicated solely on enrollment. That will probably be changing, although that remains to be seen. According to House Bill 9, the coordinating board this summer, as we normally do for every legislative session, we are required to include in our formula funding a recommendation to move towards outcomes-based funding. So with that in mind, I wanted to talk very simply about what is outcomes-based funding. What is that going to look like for you as to your institutions? Outcomes-based funding is very simply put the idea that your funding should not be predicated solely on enrollment, but that your funding should be distributed to you based on some outcome, whether that be a graduation rate or some measure of success or some other measurement. So the outcomes metric that we use for the 2-year schools here in Texas, we've chosen to look at momentum points as the preferred methodology. And so I know in your handouts you've gotten a copy of what is called a primer on momentum points. And so I won't read that to you, but in short, we've tried to share this in the past with different stakeholders. But in short, it's a way to measure it's a way to measure milestones as opposed to traditional terminal accomplishments. So unlike our brethren at the 4-year universities where we typically measure their graduation rate and we measure other outcomes, for the 2-year institutions, as you well know, your students are coming to you for a lot of different reasons, not solely to graduate in some cases. They're looking to transfer to a 4-year university. They're looking to finish an associate's or a certificate. Some of them might even be looking to take a few courses to better position themselves for a promotion at their current employment. So success at a 2-year institution is defined and looks a little bit different than success at, say, other sectors of higher education. With that in mind, the Community College Research Center at Columbia University, in conjunction with our friends out in Washington State, they devised what is called the momentum points concept. And so the idea is you have a number of milestones, and your institution will then be measured on your ability to help those students progress along the path towards their definition of success. So you can see on the very first page of this primer, the milestones include 6 of them. There's college readiness, there's first college level course, there's 15 credits, 30 credits, degree or certificate, and transfer. So the idea very simply is that we're going to measure students as they make progress down this path towards success. Did you make them college ready? You get a point or credit for that. Did you help them pass their first college level math course? You get credit for that. Did you help them attain 15 hours or 30 hours of coursework? You get credit for that. Did you help them finish a degree, whether it be a 1-year certificate, a 2-year certificate, or an associate's degree? You get credit for that. Did you help them transfer after 15 hours or core completers or what have you? You get credit for that. How does that funnel into the funding? Well, every year we measure all these milestones. We add up the total number of points. A dollar figure per point is then calculated, and then that will translate into the funding that your institution will receive. Okay? So if in, for example, the next legislative session, the state legislature decides to assign 10% of your formula funding to momentum points, that would be roughly $84 million in current funding. So that $84 million would be the defined total pool available for momentum points. So we would measure across all 50 districts in the state the total number of momentum points divided into that total funding pool, and that's how we would define the funding per point. Then we would go back, take that amount, multiply it by the number of points at each district, and that would define how much you would receive in outcomes-based funding. It's important to remember, under that scenario just described, 90% of the funding for formulas in this state would still be predicated on enrollment. Only 10% would be determined based on outcomes. I ran through that very, very fast, but believe me when I say that we've already communicated this to your chief financial officers, so you can now talk to them about it over over lunch. Maybe you don't want to talk to them, I don't know, but at any rate, we're already having this conversation with them. We've been working on this concept for, I don't know, some time, a couple years now. And so they're schooled up on it as well. So I'm going to pause, let everything
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Don Perry with the Dallas Community Colleges. In order to ensure that institutions are correctly being measured on these momentum points, what's going to constitute the cohort, or who will not be included in that cohort is probably a better question. For example, an individual who only wants to attend our institution for one course for skill training, and that's it. They have no desire to go the full gamut towards an award or a degree, or even towards 15 credit hours. There's going to have to be some consideration given on who is actually declaring interest in pursuing along this momentum versus those who come to us strictly for skills upgrade, one course, that's it. And whether they get included or not included will be a very important factor to us.
I agree. And you're asking a very good question. In the confines of the momentum points concept, if you have a student who comes to your campus and takes only one course and they don't meet any one of these milestones, you will not get credit for them under this momentum points concept. So let's say, before I get to your question, let me give you an example. Let's say I've got a student who comes to my campus, and let's say they've been to another campus already. Let's say they took some courses 10 years ago. They're now working for company X, and they want to come back and they want to take a class because now they've been promoted to a managerial position. So let's say they want to come back and take a course in human resources management. And that's their definition of success. When they take that one course, they pass it, we hope, they leave my campus, they don't return, and they, in their mind, have achieved success. If, though, they come to my campus and they pass that course successfully, let's say they get an A, they're smarter than me, right? And they don't meet one of these milestones. So passing that course did not make them college ready. It wasn't their first college level math or English course. It wasn't 15 credits, 30 credits. It didn't help them get it. Then you would not get a point in the momentum points concept for that. Now, whether that's good or bad, I'll leave that to your judgment. There's going to be continued work on this momentum points concept.
Well, just one response back. As opposed to this 10% being taken from what would have been our full allocation, were this incentive on top, that would be a whole different matter. But when we are in fact being penalized for doing value-added service to our communities through the education and training that we do, then it it becomes a perverse incentive.
Understood. And that's exactly the point that the Formula Advisory Committee members made when they met, and in their recommendations, they made the recommendation specifically to approach the funding as additional or incentive funding as opposed to carving it out of the existing formula. So that point has been made, and I appreciate your comments. I wanted to get back to you, sir. I didn't want to. You're absolutely right. That student, under the example...
Because Tom didn't use the microphone that's lying right there beside him.
Whoa.
See, I told you need to be up here.
Sorry, that student would still be funded under the 90% of the funding that comes based on enrollment. And I was going to say beyond that we have a lot of students that won't be funded based on this, and that's part of the point. The state's made a decision with input from the community colleges that these specific outcomes are so important to the state's future that they want specifically to fund those outcomes as opposed to every single potential outcome.
And I appreciate you bringing up that point, because it is true, the student in the example that we just described at length, they will be eligible for formula funding. I mean, it is important to remember your campus, your institution will still receive funding for attempted contact hours. So,
Jim, do you want to say something about how these were developed?
Sure. That's been a rather long road.
Yeah.
This concept was originally developed back in 2006. Again, with some researchers at Columbia University.
I mean, for us specifically.
And for us specifically, we looked at what was transpiring in the state of Washington related to that research. And then in 2000, was it 2009, 2010? I don't know. I have to admit, I can't remember exactly. But we decided to use that concept, and we looked at what Washington State was doing, and in consultation with them, we decided to move forward. Summer before last, we worked with members from the districts. We worked with input from different stakeholders. We considered a lot of different information when designing these milestones, and then translating these milestones into the specific data points that we collect via existing data. So when you look at this document that you have in front of you, the primer on momentum points, subsequent pages will walk you through each measure, and we'll show you what CBM reports we get this data from, and specifically what items on those CBM reports. So it goes into some detail for you as to where we get that data. I have to admit, I like pictures, so the last page of this primer document shows you a flow chart as to exactly how we pull this data and how it's defined via cohort and how it flows into the milestones and the momentum points. So this process has been ongoing for 3 years. And we did design this with the intent of gaining feedback from the districts. Many of the larger districts were instrumental in helping us define via our reporting infrastructure what data elements we should collect and for what purpose. So this has been vetted. It will continue to be vetted, and we appreciate the input because, frankly...
Jack Wardlow, South Plains College.
Hi.
Hey, Jack.
The CBM 001 and 002 both have a field called student intent. Can't you limit your first time in college cohorts to fields 1 through 3, eliminate 4 and 5 and 6, and use them, and that should fulfill your requirements?
And I would love to do that, but there's only one huge honking caveat to that. We find that when we look at that student intent data, the institutions aren't necessarily recording it the way that we think that they are. Let me be specific. Because students are eligible for federal financial aid, and because federal financial aid rules are different, and because in many cases, in order for a student to receive federal financial aid, whether it be VA benefits or just Title IV funding, in many cases they have to be considered degree seeking. So at the institution level, if I have a student who comes into my university and they want to take even 1 or 2 classes, like in the example we previously described, and that student is a veteran, well, in order for me to get VA benefits on behalf of that student, in order for them to use their VA benefits, they have to be degree seeking. So in the student intent data that's reported to the coordinating board, for that student, chances are they'll be listed as degree seeking as their intent. So when that data flows up to us and we aggregate it across all 50 districts, we're going to get a lot of mismatches. We'll get students who are there just to take a course or 2, but they'll be listed as degree seeking. So if we want to truly get an understanding of what their intent is and did they successfully obtain that intent, existing data won't help us do that for that reason. Am I answering your question? Because I would love to use that intent data, and I'm actually going to make a trip out in April to Lone Star College. I don't know if anybody from Lone Star College is here, but that's one of the issues I will talk to them about.
So then that information that we're collecting and reporting to you, you're basically disregarding and consider it useless.
Jack, we are using the student intent for our cohorts of first time in college. We just don't include the personal enrichment. I think it's 5 and 6.
4 and 5.
Or 4 or 5 or something. So we don't include that for first time in college.
Well,
depends on what we are talking about. We are using that student intent, so we would like you to report it very accurate, as accurate as you can.
That's my objection, or that was my point, is eliminate 4 and 5.
And my point would be that I'm not comfortable enough with that data to base formula funding decisions on it. I would love to get to that point, and it's not useless, it's useful, but it is not useful enough to distribute $84 million. And I'd like to get to that point. So I would ask for y'all to help me do that.
Okay, thank you.
And I would argue that since that's a self-declared data point and the students change their mind regularly, that you would preclude yourself from getting a point if they change their mind after 1 semester and got a certificate. So, and we never go back and reassess that data. It's a one-time at entry.
And that's an exceedingly interesting point, because we're struggling with that across all sectors. We have at the 4-year universities students who will come in, declare a major, change it, declare a major. I mean, how many of us did that? I did it twice. I graduated, so I look like a success, but if you asked me, did I graduate with an engineering degree like I intended as a freshman? No, I did not.
You wouldn't be here if you had, right?
Yes.
Jim, could I just make one point, or
please do,
a clarification for my sake? On this momentum point flow chart, it says for the unduplicated awards and the transfer 1 point. Are those now 2 points, or is that still 1 point? Do you see where I'm talking about? Up here in the top right-hand corner?
I think that's just...
On the first page, it says 2 points.
Earned degree, 2 points on the first page.
Oh, yeah, look at that. I think it is 2 points.
Okay.
Thanks for pointing that out. And I can say with about 95% confidence it's 2 points.
When can we expect to see the data for FY11 loaded into the accountability system?
Excellent question. And I'm glad you brought that up, because that was one of the final topics I wanted to talk to all of you about. The question was, when can we see FY11 data? I'd love to show it to you right now. But we tend not to show any of it until it's all certified. And that's becoming a growing issue, and a topic that I really wanted to talk to you about, and a topic that last month we talked to your chief financial officers about as well. Because unlike in the past where we only used limited data when we put together formula funding runs, we only used data from the CBM 004 and the CBM 00C. Now with outcomes funding, we will be using the 4, the C, the 1, the 2, the 9, and the S. So we will be using a whole lot more data. And, oh, by the way, as opposed to in the past where we used it every other year, now we're going to use it every year. So every year will become a base year for funding consideration. So that is a huge change in my mind. I don't know if it is for y'all, but I mean, that's a big, big change. And so I wanted to make absolute sure I communicated that to you and make sure I told you and make sure all of you understand we're going to be using more data and we're going to use it more frequently. So when it comes to how can I get the data, we always want to use the most recent data. But we will not use data that's not certified frankly, unless we're forced to. So that may or may not be good. I'm working with that issue now for fiscal year 2013, which will start this September. We're going to reallocate your funding based on more recent contact hour data. And your chief financial officers are very concerned about that. And they want to see those numbers too. I cannot show them. I still don't have fall data certified. When I was talking to the chief financial officers, I ran last spring data, spring of 2010, and I said, just to give you an idea, on average, it took the districts 45, 48 days to certify their data after the deadline. That was 45 days after the deadline. Now, we expect it to be 10 days after the deadline, right? Because for the deadline, you're only supposed to submit data not certified. Okay, so I expect a week or two, but not 6 weeks or 8 weeks. I gave them that impression because I wanted to communicate the importance of getting timely data to us sooner. So,
this is Francette Carnahan with TSTC. Hi, Jim.
How are you?
With all due respect, I mean, I know most of the people in this room, and I know what they do, and I know what we do at TSTC. It is a humongous task to get that data certified. When we get back those edits and start having to work with co-board staff, trying to resolve, and some of them are like mysteries, and even when we call co-board staff to help us program SIPs, they work with it. And it's a back and forth effort. And I know that we all attempt and do our very best to make those timely deadlines. Mm-hmm. But the magnitude of cleaning all those edits, and when you started rattling off all the other ones that are going to be used in funding, we would always kind of push those to the side because we'd focus on the one and primarily the 4 because that drove funding. And now when you say that, it's going to increase. It's going to require more effort on the colleges to speed that up to a 10-day. Frankly, based on what we have now, that's an impossible. I don't know that there may be some schools that can have all their data certified within 10 days of the reporting date. And there are, but it's a tough load especially for the larger schools.
And I know we have a number of people who want to comment, but I did want to say that we understand exactly how difficult that is. And that's why I wanted to very clearly, with empathy, say, I know this is going to be a big change for you. And that's exactly the feedback we need to hear from you. Is this feasible? Is it possible? Is it likely? How likely? What do we need to do? And I mean we, the coordinating board, in conjunction with you. What do we collectively need to do to make this process work? Because the times are a-changing. The train is heading down the tracks. I can't pull it back, and I can't stop it. But we're going to be asked by our state legislature as higher education across the state, the 2-year schools, the 4-year schools, all of us are going to be asked to do that. So it's a big, big change, and that's exactly the type of feedback and comment we need to hear from you. And I would encourage you not only to tell us, but to tell your bosses locally, hey, boss, that guy Jim told me we're going to do all this stuff. How are we going to, do we have a plan? How's this going to work? So I wanted to make sure that we clarify and communicate that to you, so in hopes that you would have time to kind of work some of that out. I want to turn it over to our folks over here. Did y'all have some comments before we take questions? No? Okay.
It would help if your bosses really would talk to our bosses and really impress upon them the need, because we can tell them from the bottom up,
right,
this is going to take more effort and more resources to meet the data needs that the co-board is going to have. And when we tie it to funding, they will listen. But when they hear it coming from the co-board, that gives our teams credibility.
And let me tell you the two ways in which we're doing that now. We're doing that through the Formula Advisor Committee, which is a group of 16 community college presidents, and there were, I think, 3 or 4 chief financial officers on that. And so we communicated it to them. We also have a group of folks called our Community College Advisory Group, and they meet, I think, once a quarter. And so that's a group of 10, 12 folks, I think 13 folks. Anyway, so they started meeting last fall, and we've communicated it to them. We're also communicating it, as come as may. When we talk to, campus presidents and district chancellors and all these different, whenever we have the opportunity, we mention it. Last month, I was up in Texarkana at Texarkana College. I talked directly to the registrar. I haven't worked in the registrar's office in, 10 years. So I normally don't get to talk to the registrar as much, but this time I singled him out and I said, hey, do you know all this reporting's coming? And we commiserated, and he started freaking out too. And I said, I know, but it is what it is. And so, we need to start heading down that direction. And I talked to his president too, and I said, oh, by the way, I told your registrar all this reporting's coming. He's going to come to you freaking out. Make sure he gets the resources he needs. Now, of course, that's just me. But anyway, so we're trying to do that as much as we possibly can, because again, we know how big of a deal this is going to become. So we're trying to head that off at the pass. But I know there's some questions and comments out here.
Yeah. I know Jimmy has a question. I want to make a statement too.
Okay.
I just want to know, on the full-time undergraduate student, does that include the dual credit students?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
My question is with regards to your resources with doing the reports. With the S, the 2, the E1, and the 8 all having to balance, if we submit a report, we can't move any faster on some of those edits. And so if you're talking a 10-day window and you're now talking about all the colleges submitting it at the same time as well, that's only going to get worse on y'all's part. So we hear you on our, we're doing the best we can with the edits that we get back as well too.
And I appreciate that. I know the mountains that you're moving, and I know how difficult it is. Let me be very clear and clarify that I did not say you now have a deadline of 10 days. Right? So I'm not saying that. I am saying, though, that it is going to be a challenge for you, and we want to hear, because we're not going to ask you to do the impossible, but we don't know necessarily at each institution what is possible, so that's what we need to hear back from you.
Well, my comment is if we're submitting, let's say that we submit by the 8 o'clock deadline or 8 a.m. deadline, and we don't get back until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the E1 is off by 1 record, that then puts the S out of balance and the 2 out of balance, we then have to rerun to resubmit the next day. Whereas in the past, when you didn't have all the reports basically looking at the mismatches, you had about 4 or 5 opportunities within the day to resubmit to get that information in. But if the edit reports are running slower, which they are right now, and the amount of time that it takes to run the reports, and then we're looking at the mismatches, it's growing exponentially on our part, and we're doing our best. And I'm not saying that the 10-day, I wasn't using that. Even if it's a 30-day deadline, I'm still looking at all of the mismatches and running all of those reports and a timely feedback from the edit server.
One way to approach this, because again, you're talking exponentially multiplying the impacts because of the relationships between these reports. About the only way that we can even get close to approximating meeting these deadlines is going to, first of all, limit what can be changed. And have that as kind of a starting point of thought about how are we going to eat this elephant. And part of that is limit the size of the elephant to begin with, and then give adequate time for cleanup.
And I don't want to lose Deanna's point that she was making, is that it's not just the institutions that are causing the delay in getting things certified. It's also the co-board staff, not staff, but the processes.
Oh, yeah, no,
you know,
it's
the
us, too.
interaction.
Yeah.
So it needs to be addressed on both sides. It needs to be addressed at the institution level and at the co-board to beef up the resources so that we can get the errors fixed. So it's really not just on the institution side. You know, we're waiting on you all sometimes.
No, absolutely, and that's why I said earlier that whether y'all like it or not, whether we like it, we're in the same boat, right? I mean, we're all on the logic bus. I mean, I'm in 32D and y'all 32C. I'm sitting right next to you on the same bus, going down the same highway. Now, I like spicy food, so maybe that's a problem. But irregardless, the point is this. Your point is a very, very good one, and we've been looking at that. In fact, we are now going through the sunset review process, and that is something that was mentioned very specifically in the sunset review report. These folks need more resources to do that. Last legislative session, our funding, our operating money, because 94% of all the funding we get goes back out to the institutions, but our operating budget funding got cut by 13%. So we're trying to make adjustments within the confines of the resources we have available too, and we know too that the edits are running slower. Our internet's running slower, our emails are running slower. We're having some issues at the state level across all state agencies with the Team for Texas folks and our 2 data centers, one here in Austin, one in San Angelo. And so you might have heard in the press, IBM is transitioning. They lost that contract and now somebody else is taking it on. And so as that progresses, we hope to see better performance out of our IT infrastructure. And so we're working those angles and issues too. And we know that you're being patient and we appreciate that. But yeah, it's a shared responsibility that we know we affect. And we do have a data committee where we consider those kind of issues. You know, so when folks say, "Hey, it would be great to get this data," there's a process in place to say, "Whoa, before we demand that, let's ask a few questions. Do we need it? What are we going to use it for? What's going on? And how is this going to impact the institutions from a resource perspective?" So we try to be very mindful of that.
Jim?
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Well, one way you could save time on our end and yours too and cut down on your traffic is when we submit multiple files, such as the 1 and the 4, if we load the data first and then run the edits, because if I'm trying to balance and we run the 1 and it's clean, but it's going against the old 4, so it's out of balance. And then the 4 will run and it's going against a new 1, so it'll be in balance, but I got to turn right around and resubmit that 1 to get a clean report. So somehow we can load the files first and then run against the uploaded files. It saves time and traffic.
No, that's good feedback. I mean, we do like to keep you on your toes, but no, that's good feedback. That's something we should look at. I appreciate it.
Go ahead.
Billy Rest from North Central Texas College. A comment on by using the 002 data, your spring 002 isn't even due until after May. And so normally with our 1 and 4, back to the timing of data, you know, for the base period ending with the spring,
right.
You're pushing the data's not even available until after May, you know, for that report to be used.
Right.
And then 2, dual credit students. By definition, they're not part of our first time in college groups. Are y'all going to do something special to include those in there? Because a question earlier was about will dual credit be included?
And exactly, and I'm glad you're asking that question. The summer before last, that was a very, very large issue. We heard from a number of the district presidents who said that we need to include dual credit students in the consideration of these momentum points. And so we did that very specifically for the purposes of momentum points and the outcomes-based funding concept, because as we head into the future, and as we've seen just over the past 4, 5, 6 years, dual credit enrollments are growing a larger portion of your enrollments, especially for the first-time students. So we listened to that feedback and made an effort to make sure we included at every step of the way all those dual credit students. So we are including them in there. If it's not painfully obvious in this primer, it should be, and that's my fault. Nobody else's. Did I answer your question? Okay.
Regarding the reporting, I know that our EDC section works very carefully and closely with TACRO, but if there are things that you think the message isn't getting to them and you'd like to have a small group give us some suggestions on ways to make it work better, and say ways that our edit staff should be working with you, if there are any issues in any area like that, if you'd let us know, because we want to help as much as possible too. It's not really what we do, but sometimes we can be a go-between between EDC and the institutions as well. A couple of other things. Last session, Dan Branch, Chair of House Higher Ed, wanted to know why we didn't have weekly reporting of institutions. He said banks can do it. You can know how much money you have in your bank at any moment. And so that, yeah, right. But that's the kind of idea that some people have, and that makes it very hard. So even pushing back against that and getting to say, okay, we'll report after the semester is difficult. So it's a problem. At this point, regarding the FY11 updates, we're waiting on the 2 primarily. So and it's not just the 2 from the spring, it's the 2 from the summer, because in order for it to be the fiscal year, we have to have all 3 semesters worth of 002 reports submitted. And I think Julie was going to say something about the changes.
Oh, the only other comment I wanted to make was that we have noticed in terms of data issues that it tends to be institutions that are transitioning into new software systems that have the most problems in terms of submitting data to us. You know, I know everyone has issues at different points in time, but the folks that we're spending the most time working with who are really delayed tend to be the folks who are transitioning to new software systems. So if there's anything that we can do, I know sometimes those decisions are made at levels by folks who maybe aren't directly involved with reporting, and sometimes the scheduling of those transitions is not optimal in terms of making sure that reporting happens on time and accurately. So if there's anything we can do in terms of getting the word to chief administrative officers about the importance of thinking carefully when changes are being made to software systems and when those transitions are happening, to make sure they involve the reporting official, IR staff, registrar staff, whoever is involved in reporting, we'd be happy to help with that.
And a couple of very important things. Sue's at the back of the room. If you haven't paid for your lunch, there's a big list of folks. If you could just get up and go to the back. I know she's collected a lot of money, but that would be great. We don't want to have to be in hock for this. So thank you. And Jim, I've got a couple of questions from online listeners. One, why only first college level math, not English as well?
Good question. I'm glad that was asked. We considered trying to look at both, but when we found out last summer before last actually, when we tried to consider the first, college level English course, we found that with the dual credit students, we didn't necessarily know what courses they were taking. So for that reason, because we want to make sure we're including dual credit students across all the metrics, and because we don't know what courses in specific subject matter they were taking, we had to limit it only to the math course. That was the explanation that I received. Now, as we go forward, that will probably change, because when we start collecting data with the new 00S, we'll know for the first time exactly what courses, what subject material the students are taking for the dual credit course, for the dual credit students. So in the future, we will probably adding their first college level math and their first college level English course to the metrics. But so there you go.
We have added first college level English and first college level math.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the update from the outcomes-based formula funding recommendations that came out yesterday included the English.
Right, but I wasn't aware that from a data perspective we had the ability to do that, but apparently we now do, so it's not even an issue anymore. But anyway, so did that answer? Hopefully that answered the question. But more questions?
Okay. Any more questions from the audience or anybody who's online and listening on the conference call?
Anybody want to ask the finance guy?
I just had one more question. Which data set will you use for the FY13 funding? Will it be FY12? Will it be FY11?
For the
10% we're going to be actually trying to earn back for this second year of the biennium?
Well, for fiscal year 13, your 100% of your formula funding will still be based on attempted contact hours.
I'm sorry, then the second year of the biennium, we are supposed
No, second year of the biennium, first year of the biennium is FY14.
Well, we're talking about the current biennium, in which the first year of the biennium was fiscal year 2012, the second year of the biennium is fiscal year 2013, and for fiscal year 2013, we will be reallocating your formula funding. It will be 100% based on attempted contact hours, and we are going to try. Outcomes funding is not a part of fiscal year 13 formula funding.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
That
exactly.
has to go through the legislature.
I thought it was passed last. I'm sorry.
No,
Not passed last
no,
time.
it wasn't. Yeah, but I'm glad you asked that question because we've gotten that before.
The metrics are there in Senate Bill 9, but not the funding.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. The metrics are there, but the funding has not yet been determined to be distributed on that. Yes, sir.
You could pass him the microphone. Pass him the microphone so that everybody listening online can hear. Yeah, it goes in the bottom.
That needs both.
Somebody's been working out, is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
That'll teach him to ask a question.
Testing. All right. Just a quick follow-up question. On the first level, college math and English that you mentioned, would that be 2 possible points, or would it be the first of one or the other?
2 possible points.
2 possible
Okay,
points, one
thank
for
you.
each. Yeah. Other questions for Jimmy the finance guy?
Okay, thanks very much, Jim. If there are other things, we know where to find you. Yeah. Susan, you want to say anything?
No, I was just coming to listen in.
Okay. Now we're going to transition to what we have listed on the agenda as developmental education measure changes, and really they're not changes per se. Tom, did you want to get Fino's attention?
Go ahead. I'm just going
Oh, Julie has grabbed the microphone. Is that true?
Oh, the microphone is broken.
Oh, it is broken.
It's broken. Yes, the wires separated when it
Flew
across the room.
Okay.
So, unfortunately.
Okay. That one's the one that works. That's the one that works. It's the one that's broken that he needs.
It's up here.
Oh, no, it's right by here.
It's
I'll
by
show
the
it.
computer.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to introduce Julie Eklund. I think a lot of you probably know Julie already from her work with developmental education and dual credit issues. And she's going to walk us through this section. We're also going to have Lynette Heckman join us to talk about the STAR and the new testing to keep you up to date on all those kinds of issues.
Thank you, Janet.
You can introduce.
Yes, and also Suzanne Morales-Vale is with us. She's our Director of Developmental Education here at the Coordinating Board and has been with us since October, I believe. There's a lot going on in terms of developmental education around the state and in terms of the Texas Success Initiative. I'm going to start with the easy part, and that's the fact that we have revised our report for showing developmental education data online. We got a lot of great feedback from people in the field, and I wanted to share what we have with you today. This should be going up very shortly in terms of our developmental education data on the website, and once we get into the accountability system years beginning fall 2009, you will see a format that looks similar to this on the accountability pages. You've got a draft sample in your handouts. It should have a big draft written across the report. Basically, we'd heard from several folks over the years that our developmental education reports were somewhat challenging to read, and that some important information was difficult to glean from the reports that we had online. So we spent some time talking to folks in the field and looking at what we had and redoing the reports. They still follow our accountability measures for developmental education, but they're formatted differently than they were in the past. So I'd like you all to see them. If you start with the measure that talks about the number of and percent of underprepared students who satisfied TSI obligation within 2 years, that'll be in the box under A.
Did everybody find their...
Yeah, did everyone have a chance to find? I know there's a lot of material in your packet. I see people holding it up, so it looks like you've got the correct report. Yes, question?
Are these handouts available to the folks who are listening in? Or?
Yes, we sent them to them last night. We scanned them and sent them all to them.
Okay.
So if we knew you were listening, if you're listening online and you didn't tell us you were going to be listening, you haven't gotten it. You can send an email to Sue Sutton and she will send it to you. But we have sent it to everybody who let us know they were going to be participating.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think we would all like to have these electronically.
Okay. Easy to do.
Wonderful. I've spent a lot of time working with people who call with questions about developmental education data, and one concern that we've heard in the past is that although we had information about students who met the state standards in all areas, we didn't have one number for the state for students who didn't meet the standards in 1, 2, or all 3 areas. So if you look under summary data at the top of this report, you'll see that we now have the number of FTIC students, those who met the state standards in all 3 areas, and those who did not meet the standards in 1, 2, or all 3 areas. In the past, you had to take the total, you had to subtract all 3, and what you were left with included unknowns, and it got very confusing for folks. So this is a new section that we're including, this summary data. We do not track students out because we track students out by subject area. It would get very confusing to mix subject areas in terms of tracking out the outcomes for these students, but we do report in terms of incoming students, those who met in all areas, those who didn't meet in 1, 2, or 3, and now we're separating out the unknown. One of the real advantages of the new CBM 002, the one that we've had since spring 2009, the major change in the report, one of the real advantages is we've now reduced the number of unknowns in our reporting by about half. So we have many fewer students who are unknown. The old CBM 002 was very difficult to determine what was going on with students in terms of TSI. If they had refused to test, if the test date was wrong, it was a challenge. So now our unknowns pretty much are going to include students who were reported with an exemption for the military, so we didn't know anything about their academic status, or students who reported as non-degree seeking or level 1 certificate seeking students for whom TSI doesn't apply. So that's one real advantage of our new CBM 002 report, and hopefully it'll be useful to have that here. The next section yes, did I have a question? Oh, I'm sorry. The next section we have organized by subject area. So you'll see the data by subject area. We have the students who met the standard in math, reading, and writing. We're grouping those together now. Did not meet the standard in math, reading, and writing, and then those who are unknown. For these students, we are tracking out the usual outcomes that we looked at in the past. This particular sample is tracked for 1 year because it's fall 2009 data, but online we track this information for 2 years because the measures track students for 2 years in the accountability system. In terms of the tracking, if you look at the boxes across the top where we're explaining the measure, we actually have put letters on the columns, and in the case where we're making a calculation, we've indicated how we've made that calculation. So someone using this data can see that, for example, in column D, percent attempting developmental education, that's column C divided by column B. So we're trying to show you where the numbers have come from in terms of the percentages. The other situation that's different this year is we have a column I, and in this column we're including not only students who were determined to have met the state TSI standards and been reported to us as meeting those standards, but in this column we are also including students who have been reported to us by your institution as having passed the first college level course. One thing that Janet discovered when we were working on the almanac with the Texas higher education data is we had a lot of institutions that had more students meeting the first college level course requirements than meeting the TSI requirement. There were a lot of students who never got reported to us as meeting TSI, but there they were meeting the first college level course and moving forward with their program. So we had decided to include, in addition to the measure in column H, those who were reported to us as having met TSI. We have also included a measure that, or not a measure, but a category that looks at students who met TSI or completed that first college level course, because we thought that was information that was important. I think as our reporting has improved with the new CBM 002 report, this is going to be much less of a problem. I think part of this was a problem with the way the old report worked, and part of it is we want to make sure that institutions work out with their developmental education staff to make sure that when a student does hit that point of meeting TSI, that report gets back to us, that it gets into the system. Yes, sir. It's column I. I believe that it's going to be column H right now. And Diane Ergel, is she still with us? No. That right now I think we're using the TSI obligations met that will feed to the momentum point, the institution telling us the student has met the first college level course requirement. We're hoping that I is something we can phase out. We just wanted to include it so institutions could see that there might be some conflict there in terms of the students that they're telling us are TSI ready and those they're telling us have successfully completed the college course. Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, it is.
And repeat the questions.
Yes, the question was, is FTUG, which is first-time undergraduate, the same as FTIC? And FTUG is just a terminology we use at the coordinating board for first-time in college students. But that's what we use in the fall when we calculate first-time undergraduates. It can include students who started in the summer or the fall. It's the IPEDS definition. But we can change that on the report. Thank you for pointing that out. That's something we use internally.
Are the TSTCs and Lamars included in this, or is this just really just community colleges?
I believe this report is just community colleges. The way we show it online is we have universities, we have community colleges, and we have the Lamar and technical colleges. They're all separate. So this is just the community colleges. Okay, so that's the developmental education data. Let me just also show you on the bottom, we do have a data highlight for the most and least prepared students. This is information that was kind of mixed through before in the old report, and I think it got confusing. In the old report, we also had students who had met in one but not two others in a lot of different categories. I think we were trying hard to make everybody happy, and in the end, we confused everyone. So we've removed some of those categories, but we wanted to have a highlight on the bottom that showed the outcomes for students who met the standards in all three areas, but showed their outcomes separated by subject area. So here we have it for math, reading, and writing. And then we also wanted to show what happened to students who did not meet in all three areas, because these are two very important groups. These are our highest performing, highest prepared students, and often they look different from students who have met in just a few areas, and also the students who haven't met in all three areas. I think institutions are still very interested in seeing what's happening to those students as they move through the system. Okay, the next measure I want to talk about is on the back side of the little handout, and this is the one, the percent of prepared and underprepared students who successfully complete a college level course in math, reading, and writing. And this is a measure where we're actually going to be dropping off some information, so trying to help people out. On the CBM OOS, when we were making decisions about what we were going to collect about first college level course, we had a lot of feedback from institutions that when there used to be an item on the 2 saying is this the student's first college level course? Often institutions waited until a student successfully passed that course to report it to us. So we made the decision on the CBM OOS to just ask institutions to tell us if the course being reported, because as you know, we get every course now in the S, but is the course being reported a course that is a successfully completed first college level course. So we tell institutions only report it to us as the first college level course if the student received an A, B, or C, because our accountability measure just tracks the successful completion of the first college level course. Now, what you're seeing on this chart right now is you're seeing the information we used to provide, and now columns D, E, and G are not going to be provided in the future. But one very important thing I want to be able to tell you is, although we will not know the number of students who are attempting the first college level course moving forward, we're going to have very specific information about the actual courses that students take when they first enter college. So although we can't tell you the number attempting a first college level math course, we can tell you the number attempting college algebra. We'll be able to tell you how many students successfully completed that course, how many students withdrew from that course, how many students was their incomplete results. So although this particular report is going to have less information, we will have the ability now with the CBM OOS to track specific courses, and that's feedback that we've been getting, that it's one thing to say the institution tells us what the first college level course is, and then we see how many people successfully complete that. It's another thing to say we can actually now look at the different courses that students take that are considered first college and provide information. Yes, sir.
We just finished our SACS compliance certification, and SACS wants a lot of information disaggregated by whether the class was taken on campus or online. Will you have the ability to provide what you just described disaggregated by delivery method?
We do collect on the CBM OOS information about delivery method for every course. We're also, and this is moving away from developmental education, but I just wanted to say for dual credit, we're also now collecting for dual credit courses whether they're happening on a high school or college campus. But for the developmental education courses, we'll have this standard information reported on the S about what the delivery method is if it's online. The other thing that I was going to talk about later, but I'll talk about it now, is that on the CBM OOS, we're going to be collecting information about whether a course is a developmental education course or whether it's a developmental education intervention. And that ties back to the non-course-based interventions, non-semester length interventions that are allowed under Rider 39, and now I believe Rider 34 in the last legislative session carried through with that. Those are interventions that look very different than traditional developmental education courses. We thought it was critical that we collect that information. In fact, we were asked to collect that information to report back to the legislature about whether institutions are offering interventions and how students are performing in those. And so there is information on the S that specifically asks if a course is a developmental course or a developmental intervention. Okay, so we're going to have more data, but this report is set up the same way as the one I just showed you for the measure about meeting TSI. So we have the summary data, we have the information grouped by met standard, didn't meet standard, unknown in terms of the subject areas, and then we have the data highlights with the most and least prepared populations. The other thing that we've included, and we want to make sure it's very clear to people, is we will be sure to include, and we've included this in the past, but there's been some confusion about it, students who receive credit pre-matriculation are, as you see in column C, they are included in this data, and they are included in column H when we determine for your institution the number of students who have successfully completed a first college level course. So that would include students who did dual credit. It would also include students who had done AP and come into your institution and been given credit or received credit by exam, CLEP, that sort of thing. So we did want to point out that we do include that percentage because we know we have some situations where students come in and they've already done a first college level course. They're moving to the next phase, and institutions might not necessarily capture that. On the CBM 002, we do ask about credit received pre-matriculation, and that's referring to those students who received credit when they were in high school. or when they just entered your institution. Okay, so that's the second page, and then the third page is very straightforward, and that's this is the Oh, and I did want to add one other thing too on tracking the successful completion of the first college level course. Although the accountability measure only tracks for 1 year for students who already met TSI coming into the institution, we've been asked by, in fact, Suzanne Morales-Vale asked us to do this, if we, on our reports that we have on our developmental ed data page, if we could track everyone for 3 years. So you can see for those students who came in ready, if they didn't do math the first year, did they do it the second, did they do it the third? So it'll just, be something where we'll make it clear that the accountability measure only tracks for 1 year for students who are TSI met if they've successfully completed that first college level course. But we'll show that data for 3 years on our developmental ed data page. It does, students who have not met TSI upon enrollment, they are allowed 3 years in the accountability measure to meet that first college level course requirement in terms of what we report. So that's another small change we're going to make with this report. And then the last page just tracks student persistence after 1 year. In terms of students who met Dev Ed standards and did not, and whether they met the standards in math, reading, and writing. And because we're tracking persistence, and so we can pretty much look for everyone, for that summary data, we are able to track this measure out and see the number of students who hadn't met in 1, 2, or 3 all areas, how many of those returned the following fall, and the percent, as well as the unknowns and the students who met in all 3 areas. So that's something that's a little different than in the past. Yes?
Julie, I like the reports.
Thank you.
What I would like to see is a way for the institutions to get a list of the students that are being tracked so that we can see how they compare with our system. So I know that, we can make a request, but, that's kind of a lengthy process. I was wondering if you could develop a process where we could just go out and request a download of the students that are in each of these categories so that we can match them to what we have.
That's something we could consider. The other thing that we've done, and I don't think we've widely publicized it because we want to put it in a format that's a little easier to use, is we've taken the programs that we use for putting students in these categories, the FTIC students, and we have shared them with some folks who have asked, and I think if we can put them in the format so you can see these are the items that we use on the 01 for the and then on the 002 and the S to come up with this information, and this is exactly how we generate it so that you could do it yourself so you can see this is exactly how it's generated, because I think, again, with the old CBM 002 report, it was so complicated that we would send people our SAS programs and they would say, well, this, it means nothing to me. So we've got a format now. We've got that information. I think if we can tidy it up, it's something we could probably put online so that you could go in directly and see. So that's a good place to start. And then I think we can think about also the possibility of making this information available.
Just as long as there's a way that, we can track what this, to make sure that we've got the same number of students or the same students so that, as we're tracking at the institution level, we're going to be able to match with what you're tracking at the state level.
Right, and that's clearly important as these measures become more important, not only in terms of outcomes funding, but in general, there's a great deal of interest right now in developmental education, and that's a perfect segue for me to move
Julie,
into...
could I ask one
sorry.
question just out of curiosity?
Yes.
What's the proposed deadline by which CB will upload this information into the accountability system? In other words, I'm looking at timing each year. When will this data be collected and then imported, uploaded, so to speak, for us then to go out and do the accountability reporting back to you?
Right. Well, in the accountability system, because we track these measures for several years, you probably noticed that the DevEd measures, the cohorts, are for quite a while ago. So right now we've got 2007 because they had to be tracked for 3 years. 2008, is that correct? 2007 in the accountability system, so that the accountability system is always going to lag behind because we have to track for the 3 years. Now that we've finished this reporting format, and now that institutions are getting better about reporting the CBM 002, that we still have some that are late. As soon as those CBM 002 reports are certified for an entire fiscal year, we can update this information online in these formats that you see. So this is the information that eventually, as the years go on, will be in the accountability system tracked for 3 years. So I think it's a joint effort on both parts. We're just about ready to put this one that you're looking at the draft of online, and we'll think about those couple of suggestions you have. But we still couldn't put the fall 2010 because we don't have summer 11 data certified yet for the two for all institutions. So again, I think it's important to make every effort to get that out.
Data will be more updated or better than what you find on the developmental ed data page, and you'll always have it there probably at least half a year before it goes into the accountability system. We decided because of the timing that to try to update accountability to the very most current year, we were always going to have to wait too long, and so we decided it was better to have something there, so it's going to always be a little bit delayed.
I would like to go back to Sun's question. Sun, you would like a list of the students who are in each category, or also their performance, or just the list? What you are thinking of?
Just column B.
Because
column B.
Because
we need all of that, because it's just a matter of making sure that what is in the accountability system is what we think we have.
Because it may not match with what you have. When we are looking for their performance, we are looking everywhere. They may perform at other institutions and you'll never match that. And plus, there is a matter of we can give you your students, a list of your students, but your students going to other institutions performing there in the third year, it's another issue. So you need to be aware that a list of students is one thing in each category. Their performance may be another thing, and it may be more confusing for you at that point.
Well, and I think it's okay if we understand that we may not match all of them, but to have the bulk of them where we can identify who these students are that are making up these numbers, I think that's important for us. I'm going back to the calculation for FTIC. Right. We can never match your numbers because you're looking at everyone and you're doing the allocations. But we have to understand, that if we can get a list of those students, then we can mark off which ones we match on, and then the ones that we don't match on, we can say, okay, well, these may be assigned to someone else, or, vice versa.
I think I need to understand better how you don't match our FTIC, because for FTIC we don't really look at the universe. We look at what you reported that first semester for that student. So whatever you reported, not other institution. So
have some
you
pumping rules.
We don't really have for that one.
Now that
so that's the problem.
We can take that offline.
We can discuss that because everybody is complaining about that, but all we use is what you report that full semester about that student.
And another thing we could do would be give you who is FTIC and whether we're saying they're ready in reading, writing, and math.
Yeah, pretty much.
And that's what I was thinking
Somewhere
you wanted, the column B.
We can see, the population that you're using for the analysis,
right?
So that we can see where we are in matching those.
And the other thing that I think is really important is being able to read your edit reports from the CBM 002, because there's a lot of information there that you should be able to take and know these are the students we reported, these are how they're being categorized. And so I think the folks out there who have taken the time to understand how the two is reported and who falls into different categories have a better understanding of, okay, these are the students who are showing up now on those reports. But we'll definitely work with you on that. Thank you. Any other questions about the report? If not, I'd like to change order a little bit because Lynette Heckman has joined us from the P16 Initiatives Division, and we want to make sure she has a chance to to speak before we talk about TSI. In fact, this is a very natural order. We'll talk a little bit about the STAR testing and some changes that are coming in terms of the high school testing requirements for public school students, coming with the state of Texas assessments of academic readiness. And then after Lynette has finished that, providing that information, Suzanne and I will talk a little bit about the changes that are coming along for the Texas Success Initiative. So Lynette, should we find those slides for you?
That would be great.
Okay. Oh, they're in the PowerPoint? I'm sorry.
Which one?
The one that says HB 1244. I think it may take Janet just a minute to
Well, I'll
load
just
that.
do a little song and dance up here while she's looking for that. Good morning. Oh, come on. I've been listening to some of your discussion, which is way over my head. I'm delighted that there are folks like you and folks at the coordinating board that manage all of the data, because it's an important part of what we all do. So thank you for all of your hard work. I've been working a great deal with my colleagues at TEA on the new STAR end-of-course exams. How many of you folks, I know most of you are IR, there may be other folks in here, so you may not know this, but I'm just curious, how many of you were aware that, first of all, that we have end-of-course exams? Most of you, okay. If you've been reading the paper, there's been a lot of press more recently on the 15% rule that districts are going to have to implement, and they're getting some relief from that. But the end-of-course exams, are we there? Oh, we're there. Excellent. The end-of-course exams, let me find those slides, my own set, so that I don't have to crane my neck here. Okay, on end-of-course exams, first of all, there are just a few points that I'd like to point out to you folks. On the end-of-course exams, we're moving from tax to end-of-course as an exemption on TSI. Now, that seems pretty simple, except in the transition from tax to TSI, we have a couple of things going on. And Dr. Morales-Vale will be sharing with you the movement in moving away from institutions being able to set their own standards on TSI exams. But the exemption under TSI for tax, which it will be there until those students matriculate out of the system, but for end-of-course exam, there will be an exemption. Institutions will not have any options about whether or not to consider that differently. If a student meets the measure on end-of-course exams in English 3, reading and writing, and Algebra 2, that's the 3 measures of college readiness. If they meet the level 3, there are 3 different levels on all 12 end-of-course exams. There's an unsatisfactory academic performance, there's a satisfactory academic performance, and there's advanced academic performance. And it's the level 3 or the advanced academic performance on the Algebra 2 and the English 3 reading and writing that will serve as the measure of college readiness under TSI. The tricky part is when all of this is implemented. 9th graders today, and there may be 8th graders taking end-of-course Algebra 1. But for the most part, we're talking about 9th graders today will be taking end-of-course exams beginning this spring. Shortly, as a matter of fact. In April, they actually, is it April or May? Anyway, shortly they'll be taking these end-of-course exams. So as this rolls out, those students matriculating into higher education, what we have is tax students coming in under the old system, end-of-course students coming in under the new system, and then we have our new TSI exam, or exams,
that Suzanne will be talking about. The implementation of all of those may be at different times. So keeping up with that information could be the challenge for you folks and for our folks in terms of how we're going to keep up with all of that if we have the potential of 2 or 3 different sets of information. And the reason I say possibly 3, because you have tax and you have end of course, TEA is phasing in the level 2. Now the level 2 is really what we would call high school completion. So for graduation purposes under the recommended high school curriculum, the level 2 is basically what they have to achieve. They are considering very strongly an implementation or a phase-in of the level 2 that could be either 3, 4, or 5 years. That decision hasn't been made yet. That's a Commissioner of Education decision. But because the standards are so high, and I don't think that's, I'm understating this, the cut points on level 2, this is the recommendations going forward. The cut points on level 2, which is high school completion, are higher than some of the TSI exemptions. So we're not even talking about level 3, which is the college readiness standard. So they're thinking about phasing in the level 2. It's our commissioner's responsibility, jointly with the Commissioner of Education, to determine whether or not, to determine first of all level 3. They have to jointly determine that on English 3, reading and writing, and algebra 2. The Commissioner of Education has to determine level 3 on everything else because it doesn't count for college readiness. So those 2 commissioners will need to consider whether or not there needs to be a phase-in for level 3 for college readiness. There cannot be, legislature said no, there cannot be a phase-in of level 3, I know this gets all confusing, for graduation from high school purposes. Under the Distinguished Achievement Program, the level 3 is a requirement. So for purposes of graduation from high school, there is no phase-in for level 3. But our commissioner and the Commissioner of Education can consider a phase-in for level 3 only for the college readiness piece under English 3, reading, writing, and algebra 2. Now, while you'll see that there are actually 12 end-of-course exams, they're really 15 because English 3 has a reading and writing component. So students are taking the equivalent of 15 end-of-course exams in high school. Anybody have kids in high school? Or well, not even high school. Think about this. It goes all the way back to students who are, just entering our school system, who will come under those new end-of-course exams. But as one of our board members said, and I think rightly so, these are going to look more like what you and I may be familiar with when, well, some of you are still a little bit young, when we were in high school and we had finals. It's going to be somewhat like that, except when you and I were in high school, the curriculum was much different, and students have to learn a whole lot more than you and I did. So the expectations for students are being ratcheted up. I think what this means in terms of higher education, apart from the data piece and how that's going to be implemented, how that's going to affect numbers for you folks, and the reporting of those numbers, we could have a whole lot more students in the short run in developmental education because of the standards, the ones that are going to be recommended to our commissioner and Commissioner Scott next week. Our commissioner gets the recommendation, are pretty high. And so if we simply implement those standards without a phase-in, there could be a lot of students not meeting those measures. So the impact on our community college partners who do the lion's share of developmental education could be pretty dramatic, even if we phase it in. Remember, level 2, which is required for high school completion, I'm going to say this again, for high school completion, that new standard, the ultimate standard, now if they phase it in, there will be different standards for different classes of students until that potentially 7th graders today, if they do it on a 3-year phase-in, 7th graders today would have the ultimate, the real standard. But level 2 is higher than the TSI, many of the TSI exemptions today. And that's only high school completion. So that's going to have to soak in, I think.
Lynette, I have a question.
Yes.
Given the real prospect that there'll be even larger numbers hitting our campuses who are not TSI ready, at least in the short term.
In the short term.
It's my understanding that there's some discussions going on about those students who are like just a couple of points and how we might be able to kind of fast track, modularize their...
Suzanne's going to talk a little bit about that, I think.
Very good.
You can talk a little bit about that? Yeah. Oh, yeah. We've got some things working to address that, tsunami of students coming to your campuses and how you might be able to. And I want to be clear that does not mean if we've got an increase in the number of students coming to your campuses who are not considered college ready, that doesn't mean they're less prepared. They really are more prepared. But keeping in mind that when we establish the college and career readiness standards, the question that those faculty, teams of high school and college faculty, the question they asked was, especially the college faculty, what is it that we don't want to repeat in our entry-level college courses? So while students are coming to our institutions, and many institutions have said, even with the 4x4 curriculum in place, the first graduates hit you this year who had the 4x4 curriculum. I've been hearing from faculty, from institutional representatives, not just faculty, that students really are better prepared for our classes. So even with that, I think students are better prepared. Yes, there may be an increase, but they're going to be, I think, a lot more bubble kids, what we call bubble. The bubble is going to look different, but they're going to be bubble kids.
And that's why I say, I think that's why we have to be strategic about how to deal with that rather large bubble when just a couple of points, they wouldn't have been inside that bubble.
The other thing I think that and this is more a faculty issue, so if you don't teach at all, this may not be important to you, but I think what our institutions of higher education may not realize is this is going to fundamentally change what our institutions are doing in the classroom. Faculty, when they ask that question in establishing the standards, what is it that we don't want to repeat? Okay, if you've been doing that, now what are you going to do as a faculty member when you have students coming to your classroom? Once the curriculum, the K-12 curriculum has fully been able to embrace the new college and career readiness standards, which have been incorporated into the new Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills. But once students like kindergartners today, once they hit your campuses, they've had the full benefit of that curriculum. They're going to know more. Faculty teaching entry-level college courses are going to be teaching at a different level. So this has a lot of impact, potential impact on higher education. In data, you betcha, in the short run, but in the long term, we're going to have a fabulous working group of young people who come out of our systems who are just going to blow the rest of the nation away. Yes, sir.
I had a question. For the short term,
Yes.
as the transition is occurring for where you cut off on level 2 and so forth,
Right.
are the students still going to be required to still take a TSI-approved test assessment?
No. The end of course, level 3 on end of course will, if they're coming out of high school and they meet that level 3, then you cannot, may not, will come after you. Well, we won't come after you. But they cannot retest. So if they meet that level, college ready, got to go into a credit-bearing course. If they don't meet that standard, institutions may retest using the new, well, depending upon where we are in the system in implementing the new exam or exams, they can assess under the new exam the current exam, because the new exam won't be in place until fall 2013, I think.
So does that mean level 2?
Do what? Right, but we've got tax, we've got STAR, we've got TSI, we've got old TSI, we've got new TSI.
Have dual credit as an issue too.
Oh, yeah. And I don't even want to go there.
And I'll go there briefly, but right, you don't need to go there. I did want to point out that TEA has a very good Q&A document online related to the STAR testing, and they do address some of the higher ed issues. In fact, some of the language on the slides that you've seen I took directly from their website to make sure that I got it correctly, and the location of that Q&A is up on the slide right now. So it might be an important thing to note.
The TEA does really have a lot of information on not just end of course, just STAR in general. So if you're a parent and you're interested. Yes, sir.
So if I understood your comment, if you're level 3, you're automatically considered college ready.
If you hit it, correct.
So you don't have to do any other assessment and so on.
Correct.
What if you're level 2?
If you meet the level 2, that means you can graduate under recommended. But in terms of what happens at the institutional level, you can retest using the new
TSI
or
assessment.
Depending upon, it would be the new one, because that one will be in place except for dual credit students, which is a different group of students. But for those students coming into your institution clean, yes, it would be under the new TSI exam or exams, or the exemptions. And all of these, even the exemptions under the current TSI, will have to be recalibrated in terms of the new TSI. And the new TSI exam or exams will be aligned with the end of course. So we're making our systems, for the first time, really, we're making our systems align, not just in terms of assessment, but content. Because all of this, the curriculum, the assessments, are all benchmarked against the college and career readiness standards, which is content. Even the standard setting that TEA has been doing, the recommendations, a lot of data went into it, and they've had more data than they've ever had. They've looked at everything, NAEP, PISA, ACT, SAT. Some of your students took the end of course exam this past fall, about 2,000 students. So they had that data. How'd those students do on their first English course or their first math course? So they had a lot of data. So data was a part of it. But the teachers and faculty, we had higher ed faculty, came in, together, looked at the content. And that was really, this is what a student should know to be college ready or to be high school complete, level 2, level 3. This is the kind of item on an assessment we expect these students to know. So it is very much driven to the content, which we're hoping gets away from teaching to the test, because it always has been about the content. But yes, you're absolutely right.
And everyone got a handout in their packet, which was given to our Closing the Gaps board committee earlier this week, that has more detailed information about the STAR assessment. Folks from TEA presented to our board committee on Wednesday, and we thought it was a great handout, so we've shared that with you, and that also provides additional information.
Which you may want to share with folks back at your institution, because it gives a lot of information about how this is affecting students, impacting, and ultimately that's what this is all about. So
another thing I want to point out that I think is going to be a real positive benefit about the movement towards the new tests, and also that the standards are going to be consistent. Right now, I think it's very confusing for high school students when they hear, if I take the TAKS test and I meet the higher ed readiness component, then I'm ready for college level work. And they hear that from their teachers and counselors, and this is really important. Or they come in and they give the Accuplacer and the compass on their campus and say, meet the state TSI standard and you're ready for college. And then they get to the institution that they plan to attend and they're told, well, actually, no, here at our institution we set a higher standard for enrollment into our college level classes. And so now you have to take a test. Well, right now, of course, our rules say that that's allowable, that institutions can set a higher standard. That's not going to be the case now for both the STAR test and for the new test for TSI purposes. If students do meet the standard, those students will be eligible to enroll in the entry-level college-level courses. This doesn't mean that you can no longer test for placement into higher-level college courses like calculus. I think we've had some concerns from universities for that. This is for enrollment into entry-level college courses. Now there will be a consistent standard, and I think that's something that students and counselors are really, really pleased about. And I hope now that all of you have heard about the rigor of these new tests, that you'll be able to go back and tell your faculty, this is not a situation where our standards are going to be dropping down after we've worked hard to say we need a higher standard. This is a situation where we have rigorous tests. Many of you are probably familiar with the fact that on TAKS, most of the content was Algebra 1 and geometry. And a lot of the times we discovered through the Pathways Project, those Algebra 2 courses were spending time on Algebra 1 and geometry because that's what's tested on the exit level TAKS for those kids when they're juniors. So you didn't see a lot of Algebra 2 going on at a lot of places. Well, now the college readiness and high school graduation, it's all tied to how the students perform on an Algebra 2 end of course test that's going to specifically test Algebra 2 material. So I think that's going to make a big difference in terms of student readiness, in terms of the types of students coming into the math classes that in the past you felt like they weren't prepared. We have to have a higher level, especially in terms of our Texas high school graduates. Now, all of this is going to mean something different for the students who come into higher education who are not directly out of high school. Right now, we know from our TSI data that our students coming directly from high school are much more prepared, much better prepared overall in terms of the percentages prepared than our students who aren't coming directly from high school. So you'll need to think through the implications of these changes, not only for the students coming right from high school, but also the students who are not. And for them, this is a good segue into our new tests for TSI purposes and House Bill 1244. Dr. Morales-Vale has asked me to talk. In general, I had put together for the University Accountability Group a little summary. And if we go to the very top,
can I make one more
yes.
comment? My dad's a preacher, so I just kind of wag on just like he does. I just want to make one more comment about the rigor, because I can't stress this enough. The faculty, the higher ed faculty that served on the item reviews, they looked at actual items from tests. The item review committees and the standard setting committees were blown away at the rigor, because I talked to them after each of those meetings. And I'm not just talking about English and algebra, I'm talking about science and social studies. They said this is a whole new world. So that's my last comment.
Lynn, I do have one technical question on how long does a student have once they graduate from high school to utilize, let's say, the 3 score? In other words, is there a time limit?
There will be. The commissioner will. He has the option to set that. So that's one of the things that I don't know if he and Commissioner Scott will set that, but
because education and knowledge acquisition changes very rapidly, and so a 3 score may not be good for more than about 2 years.
Yeah, keep in mind, one of the things I didn't share is that every 3 year, and this was in the legislation, and this is different than anything before because tax was set 150 years ago. Every 3 years, TEA and the coordinating board must do additional studies to make sure that those standards are appropriate. So this is going to be a constantly evolving standard based on data and all of that. So that, would the exemption be 3 years? That may make sense, but there will be a time limit. Yes.
Right. Question. A student comes in level 3 and you indicated that we cannot retest, but we can test for placement into college level math.
Right.
And if in that testing process the student performs so poorly on the test that it appears they may not be ready for college level math, are we just required then to turn a blind eye to that?
No, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Suzanne, first of all, I think I was trying to make the point that you would be doing a placement test for a higher level math course. It should not be a situation where all students are coming in and you're telling them you're going to be tested for placement into math. It would only be the students who said, I want to be in a higher level math course. So you will not have a situation where you can test all your students coming in. It would only be for those students who wish to be placed at a higher level, because the new law does say that for TSI as well as for the end of course test, that a student who meets the standard cannot be required to take a test or can't be required to take an additional test if it's the end of course test, or cannot be required to take developmental education if it's the TSI test that they meet the standard.
So in that instance, the student requests placement in a higher level and they take the test and they cannot be, that's only to move to a higher level, and if they don't perform sufficiently to move to the higher level, regardless of their performance, they go into the...
Right, that's exactly right. Yes, you cannot tell them that you have to take developmental education. If that student should be placed in a college level course. And we did have the question arise whether it's one thing to say you can't require a student to take DevEd. May you recommend a student take DevEd? And we had some conversations about that, and I think it's important to remember if you recommend a student do something, if their advisor is telling them that, chances are that's what they're going to do. So it's important to think about this as if the student wishes to take a college level course, if they test at that level, that is where they should be placed. You may have some situations where you have a student who gets into a college level math course and is really struggling. There's nothing that says that student couldn't then come back and say, I just can't do this, I need extra help. Obviously, if you've got some wonderful developmental education programs for math, and we hope that you all do, there's no reason at that point in time it couldn't be suggested that the student choose to take a developmental course. And I also wanted to point out that those courses will still be fundable for students who have met the standard if it's their choice, if they're choosing to go into that class. So we're not taking away funding for students who have met the TSI standard but somehow end up in DevEd because they flunked the first semester of math. We're just saying that you cannot require that a student enroll in that class. And I shouldn't say we're not, the law is saying that. Be careful, it's not me. Let me quickly go through this overview, and then Suzanne can jump in and provide some more details for you, especially about the non-semester length, non-course-based developmental education, because I think, as Lynette said, that's going to become very important for all of you. It's just some general background information. The changes coming to TSI are a result of House Bill 1244. This is a major revision, not only in terms of the fact that we're going to have a single standard or set of standards, and it's going to be consistent in terms of determination for college readiness, but there's also a lot of other information in that bill about the kinds of activities that colleges need to be participating in, or at least investigating for meeting students' developmental education needs. In terms of the new test for TSI, test for TSI purposes. I think many of you have probably heard that we're going to have a change there. The legislation calls for a single standard or set of standards. An RFP was issued by the coordinating board on February 1st, and right now it's, I believe that RFP has closed, and they're in the process of reviewing the proposals received. There will be a new test selected. I don't know, are we still looking at April? Yes, in April of this month. Then there will be field testing. So it's going to be a while before we know the actual standard on the test. The test will be selected, but it's very important that field testing take place, that the research involved with this test be tied into the research for the end of course test. So it will be a year from now before those new standards are announced. It's very important for folks to make sure their institutions are aware that this is coming down the pike. This is not the time if your math faculty comes to you and says, you know, we really want to change the standard on the test for TSI purposes. We want to change the standard for allowing students into math classes. This is probably not the time to say, that's great, let's put a working committee together, let's spend the next year doing that. And I know some people, people are always kind of tweaking those standards. So we want to make sure everyone knows that beginning in the fall of 2013, there will be a new test, and that test will be the standard for college readiness. And manuals will need to be changed, catalogs will need to be changed, information that's given to incoming students will need to be changed, advisors will need to be informed. You know, there's a lot that's going to be involved in this change, and we just wanted to make sure you were all aware of that, so we thought this was a good avenue to speak with you. Obviously, reporting will also need to be changed, though it is our goal to keep that make that as minimal as possible. The way our TSI report is set up now, we're probably just going to be able to go in and change the tests that are allowed to what our new tests are going to be, and then obviously the scoring and how the scoring is reported. But we do not anticipate any major changes coming along in terms of the TSI reporting. You've got enough going on, so hopefully that will all work smoothly in terms of the reporting changes, so that we can insert those new tests into our existing report with the new standards. And obviously the exemption standards will change, the fact that we have end of course and STAR, all of that information. Okay, so we can go to the next slide.
Julie?
Yes.
A plea.
Sure.
A plea for time.
Okay.
Institutions are going to have to go in and reprogram for a lot of courses. A lot of our courses have TSI requirements as prerequisites. Mm-hmm. So that means we have to go into our system and change all these prerequisite data sets, mm-hmm. okay, in time enough to be able to set up our class schedules for fall of 2013. For larger systems, this may take a couple of months of reprogramming. Okay.
Okay.
And then to do the schedule development and fall registration for a lot of institutions occurs almost simultaneously with summer registration. Mm-hmm. So please give us sufficient window of time to implement all the changes that we're going to have to do.
Okay, and Suzanne, I don't know if you want to address that. Or I will tell you one thing first, just because it could have been worse, just to make you feel better. I don't know if anyone here was on the Uniform Standards Committee. When the legislation first went through on 1244, it said this information you see in front of you basically said that by fall 2012 that there was going to be there was just going to be one standard, and institutions could not set a higher standard. And folks at the coordinating board went back to the legislature and said this is going to be too much of a problem for institutions because we've got all these different assessments coming in 2013. So if we set a standard now, on existing TSI tests and tell people, you have to follow this standard, and then a year from now we say, well, now we're going to have a brand new test and a brand new standard. That would have really wreaked havoc when people's systems. So I did want to point that out first, that we understand that this is very complicated, and we've tried to send that message. There are a lot of things that need to change. So we did get approval. If you see the original legislation, it will say 2012. Don't get too upset, because it has been changed. All the times have been changed to 2013. So everything will align when the tests come through. So first of all, I did want to point that out, just so you know, we're trying here to work with you, but I'm not sure in terms of extending deadlines beyond that what can be done, or if information will be available sooner. So I'll let Suzanne. She's been involved in the standard setting process, so I'll let her speak to that.
Yeah, and just really to reiterate what already was said, Dr. Eklund, she did say that we've already asked for a year extension from the legislature, so the likelihood that we'll get another extension probably won't happen, but we need to hear this feedback, and we're not going to not try. Let's put it that way.
Well, I guess what I'm really looking at is the timeline that y'all have given yourselves, so to speak, for doing the field testing and all that kind of stuff, and then the time that y'all are giving us for the implementation side of it. It just seems a little out of whack.
Yeah, we're probably looking at maybe around February 2013 to finally have the results of the field tests, have them analyzed, and then be able to make a recommendation for a cut score. That, of course, in conjunction with all the other components that we've been talking about. So basically, I think we could shoot for getting that information to you by March. But again, it all depends.
And what you will know and what you do know is that this is coming, and at least you do know that when that standard is set, that's going to be the standard that will be used. So there might be preliminary things that could be done in terms of saying that this is going to be the state standard, and if you meet the state standard, then you'll be allowed to enroll in certain courses. I think it'll be very important for people to look at the information that comes back from field testing, from the end of course testing, any information about phasing in cut scores, to get a sense for how many students are for changes in the population of students who are going to be considered TSI ready, and those who aren't. I wouldn't be surprised if you have more students who may fall into the not met category, though again the standards haven't been set yet, so we can't say anything definitive, but I think it'll be very important for your institutions to keep track of all the activities going on related to the standard setting for end of course and the standard setting for the new test for TSI purposes, to do everything you can, and I will absolutely share your concerns with the folks in the executive office here.
Just be curious, am I the only one thinking about that?
Okay, I saw a lot of nodding when you were speaking.
I think just to put it in perspective, for small schools as well, Don, we're talking about delaying everything. Right now, we've already finalized schedules. They're setting up summer and fall advising. Catalog information is already due, and this is March. So when you're talking about not getting information to us until April, which I understand your deadlines, we're postponing everything we do with and for students until a month or so before they actually maybe leave for the summer, or students who are trying to come in for advising for the next fall. So large schools and small schools, we're talking about postponing everything.
Just to add that, at our college, our catalog goes to print in April, and we start advising for the fall schedule in April 16th. Online registration begins for fall, and that, as Don says, that's pretty short window.
So just so I understand, would April 1st, if you got the information by April 1st, March 1st? March 1st. Okay.
And I do want to mention briefly dual credit, because I know that's something that's important to all of you, and clearly our dual credit permission standards are tied into all of this, and it makes it even more complex. We are aware there are issues with dual credit. Right now, the agency thinks it's very important for us to follow along in terms of seeing where the cut scores are set on the end of course tests, and also seeing where the new what's determined for the new test for TSI purposes and where those scores are set. Most of you know that our dual credit rules tie into the TSI rules, that students who meet the TSI standards are eligible to take dual credit, but that we also have some special permission standards that allow younger students to take dual credit courses. For tax, what that has meant is that there's a permission standard on the 10th grade tax that allowed students to qualify to take dual credit in 11th grade. So we fully understand that there's a need to look at the end of course tests and make some decisions about what is going to constitute dual credit eligibility for students who are still in high school, who are taking the end of course test, or who may be taking other tests. I think it probably wouldn't be going too far out on a limb to assume that for students who meet the end of course test standards on the English 3 and Algebra 2, and students who meet the college readiness standard on the new test for TSI purposes, that those students will qualify. But we have not made any decisions yet. It's still something that's being discussed in terms of whether there will be standards set perhaps on other, and of course, as we've talked about the English 2, we have not, for math, we've talked about Algebra 2, because Algebra 2 for the advanced students is often taken in 10th grade. But no decisions have been made yet with that. We'll make sure to make everyone aware at the institutions. When decisions are made, the rules will need to be changed for dual credit eligibility, obviously, because we've got tax in there. So that's coming down the pike, and we really hope to be able to align all of that with everything else that's going on. There could be some bumps along the way. I know when we went from TAS to tax, there was one year where if students just met the passing standard, and that was a lower phased-in standard, if they just met that standard, they were allowed to take dual credit. That was a one-year blip, and I still see it in the data, and I think I'm glad I was involved then, so I know what's going on with my data when we see this little blip. But we had some students in dual credit who maybe shouldn't have been, and I know institutions said, what's with this year's class? Well, a decision was, because there was a standard hadn't been set yet, a decision was made to let students at the passing standard do it. So don't know what's going to come in terms of dual credit for these new testing standards, but hopefully everything will align well. But there might need to be some decisions made along the way that are temporary or for certain groups. So we'll have to wait and see what happens with that. The other thing that I did want to mention is in terms of the end of course test for students who may be taking a dual credit course, but are at the point they're taking that course in lieu of a course that has an end of course test. We are aware that could be a problem right now. The policy at TEA is that if a student's in a dual credit course, they still have to take the end of course test for the high school course that they're getting credit for. It's an issue in terms of right now the legislation says that 15% of the students' grade on the test, or I'm sorry, 15% of the students' grade in the course will be determined from the grade on the end of course test. That's obviously an issue if someone's taking a dual credit course, at least for the college course side. I believe TEA has a Q&A question about that where they indicate it will be part of the high school course and not the college course. But I think there's a lot more to come, a lot more to be discussed. So it's just preliminary information that they put out in that Q&A related to the end of course and the students in dual credit. So much to come there. I'd like to hand it over now to Suzanne to talk just, yes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
In regard to your last comment about wait and see, we can't wait and see in the community college and implementation. So if we could be consistent during this wait and see period, if you say we're going to use level 2, if you say we're going to use this, we can all be doing the same wait and see. But if you leave it up to us, then we're going to all get caught at different points in the timeline. So we do need you to share so we will be consistent.
As soon as we know, obviously no decisions have been made yet on that with the dual credit. The other pieces, we've showed you the timeline and how things are falling in place. The decisions have not been made yet with dual credit. And so for now, obviously, the dual credit will follow the current rules tied to the TSI test, the Accuplacer and the Compass, and tied to the tax. We still have a couple of years of students where tax is their graduation requirement. There's still the SAT and ACT to qualify. The PSET and the plan can be used to qualify. All of that's in place now will continue to be what's used until folks have been notified that there's been a change. And I just wanted to point out that we're aware that dual credit is affected by these changes coming down the pike for TSI and end of course, and we will let you know as soon as decisions have been made. I wish I could tell you that they had been. I just wanted you to know that we're thinking about that. We're aware that it's issues. There's been a lot of discussions about what would be appropriate, and do please feel free to provide feedback if you have any that you'd like to give us regarding that issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And just to add to that, Lynette Heckman was here earlier. We had a meeting yesterday with Dr. Gardner and many other people at the coordinating board, and we understand that the most important thing for us is to keep you all posted on what's happening, even if it's interim types of decisions or something that we think is important for you to know. We understand that is key to making all the balls in the air, not fall at our feet and have it be a disaster. And so we are definitely working on some sort of a communication system, a timeline, something to keep y'all regularly informed and let you know when key decisions are made in as much advance notice, with as much advance notice as possible, so that you all can make your preparations. And I'm glad this came up because, again, you all told me by March 1st you needed the information for the TSI assessment. And we will try our absolute best to meet that, and of course, even maybe try to get that earlier. But
Mid-February would even be better.
Mid-February would even be better, huh?
Suzanne, do we have a few more minutes, Janet? It's a few minutes before noon. I just wanted.
Will the recommended test go to the April 25 board?
Yes, we hope to have a recommendation for a test or tests at the April 25th board meeting.
I was just going to ask Suzanne while she's here if she would just take 5 minutes to talk a little bit about the fact that some of the non-semester length, non-course-based activities going on are related to developmental education, because that's going to be important as we move forward.
Yes, you mentioned the anticipated group, especially maybe in the bubble area, what we call, those students within 10 points or so of passing. And what we are looking at recommendations for. Everyone's aware of we call it Rider 59 just because it's an easy way to refer to it, but it's really non-course based and even non-semester length options. That's what we're talking about. And so especially for the bubble students, what we're recommending is paired coursework. So the bubble students would take, for example, an English 1301, but simultaneously be enrolled in some sort of Rider 59 non-course based option, and that option could be it is designed to be in direct support of that paired course. So, for example, the student would meet the English 1301 on Monday, Wednesday, and the Dev Ed component, the non-course based option, then could be on a Tuesday, a 1 hour a week or a 2 hour a week, depending on what the recommendation is. And the outcomes and the issues addressed during that Dev Ed section would then be in direct support of what's happening in the credit bearing. An important webinar information that we want everyone to write down. Tuesday, April 3rd from 2 to 4 p.m., we will be conducting a Rider 59 non-course based, non-semester length options webinar. And your presidents have received either yesterday or today, your presidents, your CEOs, your chancellors, your chief academic or instructional officers have received yesterday or today an email invitation, which also includes a Rider 59 FAQ sheet with it. So what we ask potential participants to do is to read through that Rider 59 FAQ, and then in that invitation is an email address to our colleague who will be collecting information, collecting your questions for a week-long period starting today and up until next Thursday, 4 p.m. And during that time, we're going to be collecting the questions and categorizing them. And your questions will be the basis of a big part of that webinar. So during that webinar, the first part, we anticipate doing a general overview and correcting some of the misconceptions about what's acceptable or not accepted as a non-course-based option. And then, like I said, the bulk of the period to follow will then be maybe not necessarily directly addressing your specific question, but directing our questions towards at least the topic or the category of questions. And then most importantly also, there will be a section where Julie and her staff will be answering questions on how to report it, how to create the class, how to make sure that you get formula funding reimbursement for the non-course based option. So this is very important. Again, it's Tuesday, April 3rd. It'll be from 2 to 4 p.m., but it will also be recorded, and the link to the recording will be disseminated. Usually we get that out a day later in case you can't attend live, and certainly we highly recommend, definitely everyone here would benefit from attending.
Is this the Starlink webinar?
What? No, I wanted to point something out about that because I sent the invitation to TACRO this morning for the non-course-based webinar, and Catherine Parsoneau very quickly wrote me back and said, well, there's a Starlink webinar on the core happening at the same time. She wanted to point out that Starlink, it's going to be done twice. It's going to be on the 3rd and then again on the 11th. So if you'd like to do both, you can do the non-course base on the 3rd and do the Starlink on the 11th. And of course, the information will be recorded and available online if you're not able to participate in the webinar on Tuesday on non-course base.
And of course, not only the people here, but all of your developmental education chairs, coordinators, anyone, your advisors, anyone involved with developmental education on your campus, please extend the invitation to that group as well. Because what we hope will happen is we hope that this webinar becomes a starting point so that there's some common clarification on what's considered acceptable. And then what we hope is, and maybe you can schedule it this way, to even do, once the webinar finishes, then to have, when you've got all of those core people in place, to begin conversations on how to, and set a plan of action to how to actually begin to plan for a non-course-based option, especially for this anticipated potentially large group of bubble students. I did want to mention one other thing in terms of how to address bubble students. Another recommendation that we're considering at the coordinating board, of course, this is going to be with feedback from our developmental ed advisory group, which includes faculty and staff from IHEs in Texas, is the concept of the integrated reading and writing. And especially for, again, the bubble students, the upper level students, integrating the developmental education, reading and writing as one course. There'll be there's a number of different options to make it traditional 3-hour or couple it somehow with non-course based. But again, that's another major push that we're recommending is the integration of reading and writing, especially at the upper level.
And I did want to mention, for those of you who participated last March in the webinar on non-course-based developmental education, there were some legislative changes and some policy decisions that have happened since that time, especially related to funding. So it's very important to at least read through the Q&A document and to, if you can, attend the webinar because there are a few things that are different from what they were a year ago in terms of non-course-based. And again, I'll put a plug in for making sure that for those of you who are involved in reporting, that you report information about students participating in non-course based correctly on the new CBM OOS, because a lot of the research is saying this is a really positive thing for students, especially those higher level students. We want to be able to see if that in fact is true as we watch students move through, and without getting that information from you, we won't be able to track it. So please do be sure to make sure that those interventions are reported correctly if your institution offers them. I should say if and when, right? Well, thank you very much. Suzanne, we appreciate it. I'll turn it over to Janet.
Thanks, Suzanne. Just a few housekeeping things, because I see that lunch is actually here. I've gotten some requests to send the slides that we had from the HB 1244. We'll send those out to you. I've already sent the accountability ones, so I'll just have another email to you with those in there. About lunch, if there's anybody here who wants lunch and hasn't paid, I think there's one extra lunch available, and there are a couple of people who evidently aren't here who thought they were coming, so we may have more than that. Lunch is at the back of the room, and we'll adjourn for about 45 minutes. So let's come back at 30. Okay. I just thought because there were so many of us. We'll come back at 12:45, is that or close enough? Somewhere around there. And we'll talk about faculty workload for just a little while, but we don't have much to say. After that, we'll have Kevin Lemoyne coming down. He's going to talk about the things that are going on in academic affairs. And if you want drinks, we have a new system. As you're going towards the front of the building, right before you get to the double doors, if you'll turn to your right, there's a section there where you can buy food and drinks, and you have to use a credit card, I think. So, see you back here in about, at 12:45, whenever that is. Okay, we're going to get started with an agenda item that's not the next one on the list. Kevin Lemoyne will be coming down just a little while to join us and talk about item number 3 on the activities of the newly renamed Workforce Academic Affairs and Research Division. So in the meanwhile, to pick up with something that's not too big, because it won't take very long to talk about, we'll talk about item number 6, which is the faculty workload measure. And I know some of you, at least one of you, came specifically to talk about faculty workload stuff. What we've had to put, or what we did put into the almanac for this coming year's almanac, is the FTSE, FTFE ratio that we've always reported in accountability. There was absolutely no consensus on what we should do for faculty workload measures. That is a topic that will be considered still further. I can summarize and send back to everyone who's interested the comments that we've gotten on the faculty workload, if that would be worthwhile for everybody. Okay, so we'll make sure we send that out to you, and that's a topic you will be able to look forward to talking about some more, just like learning outcomes and a lot of those other things. So, okay. Yes. Okay. And did everybody get handouts the whole group of handouts? Sue said she made some more, so I assumed that they came down, but I didn't look for them. So are some of you still missing handouts from the meeting? Okay. Okay. Okay, that was the end on faculty workload. So I don't, unless somebody wants to talk about something. It is one of those really, really complicated things to figure out how to do it in the best manner possible. Maybe not as difficult for you as perhaps the universities who really think it's difficult for them, but we know that we need to get some kind of consensus on it, and we haven't gotten there, and internally nor with you. So the next thing I'd like for us to talk about is item number 5 on here, which is the OOS. Everybody knows we're now getting students in courses. So we have learned our lesson from having had the 002 and how hard it was for institutions to report, and because there was such delayed reporting, we put off running reports with it, and then when we finally did, we realized, oh, there's lots of misreporting here, and we decided we're not going to take that chance with the OOS. It may be a little more straightforward report, but we're going to start using it right away. And partly we're going to start using it because we're going to get a lot of questions about it anyway. But we have been asking for suggestions on things that you guys would like to see run from either statewide or institutional perspective using the OOS. I must say I haven't gotten a lot of suggestions. So we have taken upon ourselves to come up with a few examples of things we can do, and those are in one of the handouts. Looks like this. And for those of you online, it starts with like students who took dual credit in high school. We know there are lots of things that would be interesting probably for you and for us to look at going across the high school to college barrier, high school to higher ed, but that's a little more difficult at this time because we have to get TEA's permission to use all their reporting, and we haven't really, well, it hasn't happened yet, so we're going to be working just with the data that gets reported to us. So if you want to look at some of these examples, are you going to?
Yeah, do you want to walk through?
Oh, I know. I don't care. You're welcome to. Yeah. We'll look at these examples, and you can then tell us if you think that these are things that might be interesting to you. And then on the back of this sheet, I have some other just topic areas that are other things that you might want us to run. Just trying to think of all the possible things that might be helpful. And if we come up with ideas, areas where you think, hey, that's a topic on which we'd like to have a report, that's a place where we could work with TERDAC to come up with the exact layout of the report and how it is used and how we're running it so that there's some common understanding. And so hopefully we'll get what you want. But yeah, Julie, if you want to walk through this one on dual credit, since it's one of your favorite topics.
Yes, it is. And in fact, a lot of these reports, we used Pathways type reports for the model because in the Pathways program we do track student performance in high school through to their performance in college. So in this particular report, and I think in a lot of them, you'll see the performance. In this case, it's the course taken in high school, but it's the performance for the college, in the college course taken in high school. That's in column A, in the first column. So the information here would be the students who took dual credit, what they based. Now, what it's going to show here is their outcomes and when they got to college after graduating from high school, outcomes in college based on how they performed on the dual credit course in high school. So you would have, for example, a student who got an A in a dual credit course in high school, and you'd know what particular course this was. So this, for example, might be a student who took English 1301 in high school and got an A. Then you'll be able to read across and see how that student performed when they got to college in a subsequent course, or perhaps if they were still taking dual credit but took a subsequent course after that, you'll be able to see how they performed. One challenge with this is that a lot of students, take the pathways aren't always clear. In math and science, sometimes they're more evident than in the humanities, but we spent some time talking about this and thought, well, if we could look at performance or overall GPA in any courses in a subject area to get a feel for whether the dual credit had prepared the students, that would be useful. So in this case, we talk about a discipline in terms of the average course grade, subsequent discipline courses in higher ed, you'll see, and we show GPAs as opposed to showing actual grades because it could be more than one course that we were gathering. So this might be a situation where we take a student who's taken an English course and then we look to see how they did in their later English courses, or we look to see how they did in any social studies courses that they took after that point in time. In many of the reports we've built in persistence because I think it's really important. We lose a lot of students along the way to take a look and see how many did we in fact lose as they were moving forward. One wonderful thing about the S data is now we're able to see how many students actually withdraw from courses. That's information we didn't have in the past. I think that's going to be really interesting, especially for dual credit courses. Janet was talking earlier about the CBM OOS, and we're trying to run some data. We've actually been looking at some numbers before everything's even certified now, and we discovered in some places that are certified some doctoral students who are taking dual credit courses, so I thought that was really interesting. We're reaching to all levels, so that's one thing. It's going to be important for us to run those numbers and see where we need to build in some edit checks where we haven't had them in the past. But for our typical dual credit students, I think this type of report will be useful. You'll see the breakout here of the high school campus and the college campus. That's data that we were asked to collect by the legislature, and it's going to be, I think, very interesting, very informative for us to see if the performance varies in these different measures by where the student took the dual credit. So this is just one example of the type of thing we can look at. I think using S data that's going to be very, very informative as we move forward, and there's lots of different questions that can be answered. The other thing is I think there's some basic information about how students perform in courses that we can also make available, not tracking one course to the next, but simply looking at, for example, students in their first college level math course. How many withdrawals are we getting? Are we getting more in the summer? Are students doing better in the summer? What are the grade ranges look like? How many institutions are doing pass-fail, and how many are not? There's a lot of questions that can be answered just from very straightforward descriptive data that's collected on the OOS. So there's a lot of potential, but we really need to know from you what you'd like to hear. So that's one example.
Can I ask a question on that? Sure. Because this is wonderful information. What is the time frame that you're looking at to be able to provide the information back to us? Because for me, that would kind of determine what I was actually interested in requesting.
Once we have the reports designed and have them ready, then as soon as all the institutions are certified, we'll be able to run them. So that's the big question mark there. It's potentially the middle of the spring if for fall data, if all the institutions certified by that time.
Yeah, if we have some routine reports that we can just, automate so that they'll just, as soon as things are certified, we can get them to run, I think that'll be fairly quickly. Specialty type reports could take longer.
Right, and if there were lots of reports that come up as suggestions, we could come up with a list of priorities of these are the ones that we will run first and second and third based on your need. Danita?
I want to be clear. So if, let's say, a student took a dual credit course through Amarillo College, but they may not end up going to Amarillo College. If they went to any Texas school where you get data, they would be able to pull that in. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that's the beauty of having the statewide data at this level, that we can track them to many different institutions. And we had talked about with something like this, we could run it by not only the institution where the student took dual credit, so we could just give the information for the students, for example, at ACC, Austin Community College, and what happened to them wherever they went. We could also show it by incoming students. So every student who came to UT Austin, we could show this is what happened in terms of their dual credit wherever they took it, and then this is what happened when they got to UT Austin. So I think both those pieces of information are useful. Yes.
Just a second. I know we just got started on this, and I'm glad to see that everybody's so interested in making comments. A number of our colleagues from the Workforce Academic Affairs and Research section are here, and we're going to let them do their presentation now. I promise that as soon as they're finished, we'll go back to talking about this report. And take it away, Kevin, James, everybody.
Is my mic on now? Yeah. And I promise to be very brief, too, if that's okay.
If you want to.
If that's okay. Janet asked us to talk about two initiatives that are being developed in the Workforce Academic Affairs and Research Division of the Coordinating Board. By the way, my name is Kevin Lemoyne. I'm the Deputy Assistant Commissioner for Workforce Academic Affairs and Research, and I'm happy to see everyone here today. Janet asked me to talk about a couple of things that pertain to that affect two-year institutions, and that is the Low Producing Programs Review that you're probably very well familiar with. And the second one is an initiative that we're developing, which is sort of an expansion of that. The board directed us a couple of years ago to develop a system to review existing degree programs beyond looking at low productivity. So I'll start with the Low Producing Programs Review. First, I'll give you just a quick summary of what happened last year, the first year of implementation of that program, and then I'll talk about this coming year and then what's on the horizon. Last year's review, as you know, we look at 5 years worth of data. It was FY06 to FY10. Programs that are exempt from that review are those that began 10 years ago, basically. We give them 5 years to implement the program, and then the clock starts ticking, and we collect data on the graduates the next 5 years. Let me ask you if you have any idea how many, there are actually 1,006 applied associate degrees in Texas out of about 3,700 degree programs above the associate degree level. About what percentage of those do you think are quote-unquote low producing according to the coordinating board standards right now? Any idea? A lot? You think a lot? A lot? Any numeric value associated with that? A lot? 25% you think? 25 and 50%? I hate to tell you you're wrong. It's a much smaller number than that. Two-year institutions have been keenly aware of the need to produce graduates out of associate degrees, applied associate degrees, as well as certificate programs. You may not know that we actually fold the awards given for certificate programs into applied associate degrees that share the same CIP code. That may affect the numbers and the percentages. But out of 1,006 applied associate degrees that are in the state of Texas right now, there were only 41 low-producing programs. That's excellent. Like I said, historically, two-year schools have been very mindful of the need, particularly because they've received federal funds, the need to produce, the need to recruit students into programs. Two-year schools are also extremely nimble in meeting needs and closing programs that aren't viable. So I commend you guys for the hard work that you've done. So, as I said, I was going to give you a quick overview of last year and then tell you about the coming year. There were 549 programs identified as low producing across the board at all levels last year, based on the new thresholds that the board adopted 2 years ago. And for the applied associate degrees that are offered at two-year schools, that means 5 graduates per year. Of that total, institutions closed on their own volition about 26% of those programs. 16% of those programs were consolidated into like programs, and as a result, we consolidate the awards issued from those programs into the one. 56%, about half of those institutions requested a temporary exemption for those, and they had to provide a rationale for that request. They received some received either a 2 or 4 year exemption. In our review process, we looked at the institution's plan, an action plan that they submitted to recruit, retain, and graduate more students out of the low-producing programs. We were looking in particular for specific strategies that would effect change in their recruitment, retention, and graduation. We also looked at the class size of the courses in the major of the program, if we found that a large percentage of classes at the four-year schools, that meant upper division classes. At the two-year schools, that meant classes that that shared the CIP code mainly with the program. If we found that a large percentage of those courses were small, that didn't necessarily mean they didn't get a temporary exemption, but they didn't rate very highly on that criterion, and we proposed closing quite a few programs with small classes. The Assistant Commissioner of Workforce Academic Affairs and Research was really focused on this as an efficiency criterion in the review of low-producing programs, and unless the institution could demonstrate that they were making significant changes, class size was an important factor. The other things that we looked at was the change in enrollments in the program over the last 5 years. If there was a trend upward, then that program was oftentimes giving a temporary exemption. If the trajectory of the number of graduates was also increasing over that 5-year period, and it looked like the program would quickly meet or exceed the productivity thresholds for the 5-year period, we gave them the benefit of the doubt on that end. Of the 312 actually programs that requested a temporary exemption, totaling about 56% of all low-producing programs, the board approved 45% of those to receive a temporary exemption of either 2 or 4 years, and the board closed only 11% of all the low-producing programs that were identified last year. You may have been at the board meeting or saw the board meeting in October when the appeals occurred, and very few institutional presidents or provosts actually appealed in front of the board. But it was quite the splash. But the board only closed 11% of those low-producing programs last year. This year, we're looking at a review period of FY07 to 11, and as I said, out of the 1,066 applied associate degrees, only 41 have been identified as low-producing based on the current thresholds. You may have heard as well that the staff proposed changes to the thresholds, and we posted those in the Texas Register. It was at the direction of the chair of our board, Mr. Heldenfels. He had mentioned at almost every meeting of the coordinating board in the last 2 years his desire to increase the thresholds beyond those that were approved by the board 2 years ago. We proposed those, and about 3 days before the comment period ended, we pulled them from the Texas Register. There was some institutional leadership that contacted us and asked that we actually follow the process that we usually do. We work with advisory committees. The Undergraduate Education Advisory Committee and the Graduate Education Advisory Committee were the two that actually developed the low-producing programs review system that we have in place now. And in consultation with the leadership of those two committees, we agreed that it was a very good idea to pull the rules, revisit them with the advisory committees, get the buy-in of those advisory committees that represent the institutions in the state of Texas, and then move forward with any changes. So that's what we've done. Next week, the Undergraduate Education Advisory Committee will meet on Friday, and the Graduate Education Advisory Committee will meet Monday. And they'll be considering the changes that the staff have proposed to the thresholds. The changes are, well, the proposed changes are moving from 5 graduates per year for applied associate degrees and baccalaureate degrees to 8 a year. The changes that affect graduate programs don't apply to this group, but I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's moving from 3 to 5 for standalone master's degrees and 2 to 3 for doctoral degrees. Is that right? The other major change that had been proposed was in the implementation of any new thresholds. The proposed implementation that we had put in the rules that went to the Texas Register would in effect apply the standard for 3 years during which the 5 graduates per year standard was in effect. And so the advisory committees are really going to look at what is the most reasonable implementation date for raising the standards above those that exist right now. James, did you want to add anything to that?
I understand. No, but I understand from Gabriella that there was a question about the ACGM Learning Objectives Project. Would you mind if I address that now?
Unless there are any questions on low producing.
Yeah. Are there any questions about low producing before we switch topics here? Looks like we've got one in the back.
Okay. Is this on? Okay, it's on. Going back to what you were saying about small class sizes and that you were closing programs because of the small class sizes, does that mean if they're graduating enough students, if they've got a goodly number of students in the program, but the class sizes are small, you're going to close them?
No.
Okay.
The class size is looked at only for those programs that are identified as low producing. And what we found in some cases, many cases, particularly at the upper division level in baccalaureate programs, if a program was low producing, if it was producing fewer than 25 graduates during that 5-year period, oftentimes many of the upper division courses were also small, meaning that there were very few students needing those courses and very few students declaring that major, and it was inefficient for the institution to offer the program. It was costly to the institution to offer the program if it didn't even have students in the upper division classes to support the courses that we're offering. It wasn't as much of an issue at the associate degree level.
Any other questions?
Because you guys were already making those decisions without board intervention, frankly.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for many years you were already involved in the Perkins standards, and those were pretty rigorous, and we used to conduct site visits, and yeah, Don's nodding his head, yeah, we all lived through that. But really that created an institutional culture at the 2-year level that you guys really monitor your own programs, and when they're not panning out, you shut them down. That's really what this is all about. Dwayne, did you want to add anything about 2-year programs in LPP?
I guess just thinking about the small class sizes. As you know, we define small class as less than 10 students, and what we found, and especially in a lot of programs that were low producing, sometimes more than 50% of their classes were fewer than 10 students, and that's why we kind of set a threshold about 20%, and saying below 20% is acceptable. Not ideal, but acceptable. Above 20%, you're really looking at inefficiency and having a large number of classes with very few students, sometimes 1 or 2 students in a class at a time. So that's how we implemented that into the review. But basically, we found in most programs that were doing well had very low percentage of small classes. So we didn't have to really look at small class sizes for programs that were doing well.
Great. Any other questions? Well, I encourage you to follow up with what the Undergraduate Education Advisory Committee recommends next Friday, because we will be turning those into revisions to our own proposed rules relating to low producing programs.
And that will be broadcast?
I don't know. I think so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Oh.
Okay.
And also, the UEAC starts at 9.
Mm-hmm.
So
Catherine said it wasn't going to be broadcast, and it starts at 9 o'clock on next Friday. But I think what we'll do is post the minutes from the meeting and the action taken by the committee as soon as possible on our website.
Right, and I'll do the same for the GIAC. Janet, you want me to talk about learning objectives really quickly?
Be great.
I won't take up much time. There were some questions apparently about the ACGM Learning Objectives Project. You know, last year we did math, English comp, English lit, history, economics, and government. The learning outcomes for those courses are in the 2012 ACGM that's posted online now. And we're underway with this year's round. So we already have the work groups nominated and formed. We either have the first meetings scheduled or we are scheduling those meetings. They're going to be taking place during April and May and into June if we need a second meeting. We hope to have all of the group work done by July. Then during August and September, we'll have a public comment period. We'll throw up the results of the work groups so that you all at the institutions can see exactly what's being proposed. You can make comments for edits and changes. Then during late September, I'll collate and collect all of those comments. I'll basically send them back to the work groups in kind of a condensed version and give them a chance to vote up or down on any final edits and changes. That sort of final draft work product we'll take to the ACGM Advisory Committee at their October meeting and give them a chance to discuss it and, again, to vote up or down. Once that's done, we've made a decision about what we're going to put in. Me and my staff will start editing the manual, and we'll have a new edition, I hope, out in December at the end of the year. That'll have the results of this project in there. This time, by the way, we're doing philosophy, psychology, Spanish, speech, and sociology. These aren't random. We're picking these disciplines based on course enrollments. So last year we did some of the really highly enrolled in courses that are used widely all across the state, and a lot of those were in these social sciences areas, you know, economics, government, history, and so forth. This year we're doing some more of that, and we're also hitting some other areas that we hadn't hit before in the humanities, you know, philosophy and Spanish and so forth. These are courses that are very commonly used in core curricula. They're very often used as the basic entry lower division course into a discipline, like, you know, your general psychology or your intro to sociology, first year Spanish, that kind of thing. And we will have eventually, we hope, we'll have all of the courses in the ACGM to have learning objectives. But as you can imagine, this is pretty intensive of CB staff time and also your institutional staff time. So please be patient with us as we keep working on this project.
Are you suggesting that it's time intensive because me as a French linguist, I have to write learning outcomes for courses like psychology? Is that why it's so labor intensive?
That would be labor intensive, yes. That would.
James,
That's not what you do.
James, it's kind of interesting. It seems to me like, you know, with the tuning project, looking at the STEM initiatives, and then y'all are working from the kind of the humanities, behavioral social sciences. Seems like y'all are trying to kind of
fill in the gaps, complement each other.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And the third year,
so do y'all have kind of, in your own mind, do you have a sense in terms of year cycles before the ACGM will look like the Wacom?
It'll probably, and that is one of our models. You know, I mean, the WECM for years has included learning objectives, and when I first joined the board, I said, well, why don't we have them in the manual that I'm running? And I was a little jealous of Dwayne. His courses are so well organized and so neatly maintained, and good upkeep on them. And basically, I was told we just didn't have the time and the money to do it. So now apparently we have some time and some money to work on it. So it'll still be 5 to 10 years, because there's probably 700-800 academic courses in the manual. That's going to take a while to work through.
Yeah. And Don, I don't know if you're suggesting that there's some master plan. Well, you're right. I mean, but we want to be transparent about it, right? You know, we started this initiative a couple of years ago working on the tuning project and the course alignment project in the area of mechanical engineering. And the faculty and administrators who were on that committee, made up of 2-year and 4-year representatives, sort of hit a crossroads at one point and started talking about course alignment. And they deliberated for quite a while and found that, not only did the course content need to be consistent across institutions, but the vertical alignment piece was extremely important so that the community college participants in what ended up being Transfer Compact needed to know at quite a level of detail what their students needed as their foundation in order to be successful in the upper division courses once they transferred to a four-year institution. We also realized that math and science and engineering are very different disciplines, and the learning outcomes that came out of that project and then subsequent transfer compacts look very different than the learning outcomes that are in history, government, and English that we did last year. But we did see the value, particularly in the vertical alignment, so that students transferring from the two-year schools are well prepared to be successful and to complete baccalaureate degrees if that's what their goal is. So I appreciate your asking, but there's a master plan, you're right.
And I do work with Mary Smith, and basically annually we sit down and we talk about, well, what courses are you going to do as part of the tuning project? And she tells me, and then I tell her what courses I plan to do as part of the ACGM. So, yeah, between the two of us, we're going to get a lot of territory covered pretty quickly.
The question, I see.
From the standpoint of, quotes, tuning, ACGM outcomes, core curriculum requirements for critical thinking, personal responsibility. Many of these courses that we're looking at and many that have already been done are likely to be included in the core curriculum of most of these institutions. As they are looking at devising outcomes, where do those core curriculum requirements fit into the picture? Are they addressing that? I'm not sure that I've seen it in the things that have come out so far.
Yeah, I've gotten a question like that or two from institutions that are in the process of revising their core for the 2014 implementation. And what I have found in discussions and what I have found in looking at the definitions of the core objectives and then specific learning outcomes from the ACGM is that there's complementarity there. The core objectives are pretty specific, and they are not only at the course level, but they're expected to be achieved at the core curriculum level. Whereas the learning outcomes devised for specific courses are very content focused, very content specialized, and I haven't seen much duplication in the two. You want to add something, Catherine?
Sure. You all are very fortunate to have in the room with you one of two assessment specialists that the Undergraduate Education Advisory Committee called upon, and they became ad hoc members of the UEAC while the UEAC was considering recommendations about changing the core. Danita McAnally can speak to this much more brilliantly than I can, but essentially, in terms of changes to the core curriculum, the two most powerful and transformative things about the new core are that it, for the first time, has a statement of purpose for the overall core curriculum as general education. And as you know, SACS is quite concerned about this. Instead of having component level exemplary educational objectives that have to do with the content in the courses, we have a coherent statement of purpose for the entire core. That's brand new. We also have these 6 core objectives. The point of these objectives is that they would be measured at the end point of the general education core, which again is what SACS calls for. And if you think you hear us aligning with SACS, that's right. We don't want you to have to do a whole bunch of extra work for us that's different or separate from SACS. If we can meet our needs and our goals that our board sets through a coherent and cohesive process. So these 6 core objectives of critical thinking, communication, teamwork, Danita, help me out here.
Personal responsibility, social responsibility, and empirical and quantitative.
Empirical and quantitative. These are skills that students need to practice over and over and over again. You don't give a student a 3-credit-hour course in critical thinking and they're done. You don't give them one 3-credit-hour course in communications or in teamwork and they're finished. But instead, they should encounter the opportunity to develop these skills at different levels of attainment and within a number of different disciplinary perspectives. So the thing that you're going to see in these courses that will, you're right, generally be included in the core curriculum is the addition of these particular objectives to the more content and content skill specific learning objectives that are developed to go into the ACGM, because not every college, not every institution includes exactly the same set of courses. That's part of the core curriculum law, that each institution gets to choose the courses they're going to use to fulfill their core. So it's important that the ACGM speak to the course-specific content and content skills outcomes, but the core curriculum adds an extra dimension to that we think adds value. Was it something I said?
I'm working with a faculty committee at our Collin College to discuss how we're going to implement the 6 core objectives, and I'll disagree with Kevin about when you said they're very specific. They're anything but, in our opinion. But there are more specific areas identified within each of those 6 core objectives, and so we've fleshed those out into 14 more specific aspects of the core objectives that need to be addressed in the various core courses. But the problem that we're running up against, and this may be a communication issue, is that we have, for example, a biology professor who understands that James' group has developed a set of objectives for biology courses, and I think there's a misapprehension that they need to just that's all that will be addressed in those biology courses, and I don't think there's a clear understanding that what you guys are doing with those are specifically related to disciplinary content, and that we still have to overlay on top of that expected learning outcomes for the core curriculum when those are core courses. And so I think some of our faculty are getting the messages filtered, and there's some confusion creeping into what role these objectives that are being developed by James' group are going to play in relationship to the core curriculum.
Tom, this is incredibly helpful.
No, and you're right. I want to say I did misspeak. I meant to say that the core objectives are more generally written than the discipline-specific learning outcomes that are a part of the ACGM project. You're absolutely right. The thing that I would say is, we're just not communicating the information very well. I think you're right. The learning outcomes in the ACGM are intended to be the minimum competencies, the minimum skills and knowledge that the students need from a particular course. There's certainly a lot more that can and probably is taught in a course and that students come away with, but in many cases, the courses that we've been working on are ones that are prerequisites for other courses, or that there's some alignment piece that needs to be addressed, and they're minimum competencies. Faculty do a lot more in their classes than is identified in those learning outcomes, but we haven't explicitly and publicly addressed the need to overlay the core objectives with the learning outcomes project.
Well, and the danger too is that minimum becomes maximum.
Right.
And so we have to make sure that faculty don't get the understanding from this whole process that the state is determining what needs to be covered in their courses, that they still have a professional responsibility and academic freedom to, like I say, overlay on top of core curriculum and specific state-mandated learning outcomes to use their own professional judgment and develop their own syllabi.
In fact, Tom, I would echo, that was a great discussion that occurred with the WECM Leadership Committee when we were looking at this matter a number of years ago. And to help resolve some confusion for faculty, we label them, the way the WECM works is they're labeled as key learning outcomes. And we always want to emphasize that those are the minimums, and that again, call it academic freedom or whatever, but those are the key learning outcomes that should be on every syllabus, but every syllabus should contain more than those key learning outcomes. And so in like fashion, I think we need to look at what's going on with the ACGM and to look at those course outcomes as, again, those key essential outcomes. The syllabus needs to contain whatever that faculty member needs to teach to help students arrive at those key outcomes. And then that needs to build, much like what SAC says in 3.3.1.1, it's program level outcomes, but you can't get to program level outcomes without course level outcomes. So in like fashion, you really can't get to the core component area outcomes without having the course outcomes to work from.
I think Don's said a lot of what I would have said. I've got two further thoughts. When we first started talking about learning objectives in the ACGM, there were two things going on. One of them was the voluntary transfer compact for mechanical engineering and everything that has come of that. The other thing we really were looking at was the study that James did on dual credit and the fact that we needed to provide a little bit better platform, for dual credit courses in terms of consistency. When we first started this project, we on staff were talking about essential student learning outcomes, which I think has the same sense as key. And you know how when we talk about things, we get in a hurry and we start to use sort of verbal shorthand. But I think we understand clearly, and we've communicated to each of the work groups developing these learning outcomes, that they need to look at, we have them collect syllabi. My sociology group meets on April 6th. It's the first one that's going to meet in this round. And they're going to collect a total of 48 syllabi for each course. And they're going to look at the common elements in the descriptions and the learning outcomes in each of those syllabi. And that's where they'll begin their discussion. What are the essential things that must be included? How a faculty member gets there, or if a faculty member wants to include other objectives, that's icing on our cake. And we would never want to stand in the way of that. The other thing I want to do is put in a really quick plug. Many of you have already, I think, gotten some notification, but we're going to be hopefully sending out more on April the 3rd, Tuesday, April the 3rd, from 2 to 3:30 p.m., and again on Wednesday, April the 11th, from 10 to 11:30. Danita and Rex Peebles and Agnes DeFranco, the co-chairs of the UEAC, and I will be presenting a Starlink webinar on the core curriculum, thanks to Henry Hartman and the LaCroix Center. You all know what Starlink is and how important it is. And Henry has just been an angel to put this together for us. We expect to shake out the core curriculum and, pull up our skirts and, show you everything that we know about it. And then we will be taking questions via email or call in or text. So you'll be able to ask us questions, and we'll be able to respond to you in real time during the webinar. So if your faculty, Tom, are having questions, this would be a great thing for them to be able to watch one time or the other. If they have questions, they should contact Rex or Agnes or Danita or me. And I think we all have a really good understanding and a very consistent understanding of this. We don't want to get in the way of faculty being able to develop their own courses. But you know and I know that there are certain things that need to be covered before a student can go on to the next course or the next level.
I was just going to say one last thing, and I hesitate to say this because I get enough emails as it is. But we have gotten surprisingly few objections to the final draft of learning outcomes for the courses that have been revised, as, if you will, in the ACGM manual. Only one big issue in physics continues to raise its head, thermodynamics, where to put it. But otherwise, as I said, these are supposed to be the minimum competencies that would help prepare the student to be successful moving on. There's a lot more. There seems to be consensus among faculty teaching these courses that the competencies as laid out in the ACGM are appropriate. But if I'm wrong, don't start emailing me about it.
On the first round, we did post all of the proposed outcomes for each and every course, and we did have a comment period that was made available.
And they were,
And we got comments.
We got plenty of comments,
and
but that
then
was during the draft stage of the...
We fed those back to the various committees that were working on the outcomes, and they made revisions based on those comments. So, for those of you who are chief instructional officers, when you get the email that says this is out there for comment, please inform your faculty, just hit forward all and send it out. And some institutions want to collect all the comments and send them in one tidy email so you know what your faculty are saying. Other institutions say, hey guys, it's on you. Whatever you want to say, it's your comment. You're not representing the college, but you fire at will. We're happy to receive any of those, and we want to deal with them, and we want this to be an inclusive, open, fully accountable to you process. Yeah.
Understanding that the final ACGM is still in the works with the new learning outcomes, for the courses that already went through the initial review and you've come to some consensus on those learning outcomes, can institutions move forward with those courses?
Absolutely.
Adopting those learning outcomes as they are?
They're published in the most recent edition.
There's a transition period, I think, identified in the ACGM, right?
Okay.
Right. You are allowed to use the learning outcomes now if you wish, but we want all institutions to begin using them by this fall.
Right.
Fall 2012, yeah, 2012.
And of course, if we're phasing these in and we're doing them in batches, there will be different implementation dates for the different sets. But yeah, and we do want to be available to you in any way that we can to answer questions. But the most important thing to us is that every single person teaching a course has the opportunity to speak up about anything that we propose. That's really important to us.
I would say that those faculty groups propose, because we're not proposing anything
that's
in terms
true.
of the specific learning outcomes.
That's right. Danita.
I just want to add a comment that I think what happens is that those of us, especially those of us in the room and those who work with us, we have in the back of our mind reporting. It's not just when assessments when student learning outcomes are added, that's got to be taught, but what will need to be proven, because proof or documentation is what we have come to expect from SACs. To my knowledge, and this is why I'm asking this more as a question, but let me frame it first with the general ed court. When we devised the assessment, we tried to keep it so that it fit for coordinating board and for SACs. For SACs on 351, and those of you who don't know these numbers, it's probably because you just haven't worked with the SACs thing, but 351 is the general ed or the core curriculum one. And so those outcomes, we are asking you to identify them, to identify what methodology you use to assess each of them, to identify your research approach for who got sampled or whether you did everybody, and then, of course, to close the loop and explain what you found from the evidence and what you're going to do differently. So we kept it focused on that. What I don't know, because I have only worked with the UEAC, and I have absolutely no involvement with Academic Course Guide Manual, and so this will be helpful to me as we speak in the future, because what's causing the confusion is we actually rolled out the UEAC core curriculum about the time that the Academic Course Guide Manual was rolled out. For those who have been involved with WECM, like Don talks about, to date, those courses for a number of years have had student learning outcomes identified, and for those who've worked with them, we know that there are minimums. However, we have not had to report. We have not had to prove that in any of those courses that we actually have accomplished that, okay? We just have to make sure statewide and within the institutions that those outcomes are the minimal outcomes or objectives within the syllabi. That's different from SACs. Okay, now for SACs, I have been keeping my institution focused on general ed outcomes for 351, and for 3311, we have been focused only on discipline specific. What would happen after they finish a program area. Some institutions may have already taken that to course level. That's an option at SACs. It is because we simply can't assess everything, especially with declining resources. So when the UEAC was working on that, we kept that in mind and we tried to overlap. My question then is, are there expectations for institutions in the future somewhere to have to be able to prove by course level that the particular key objectives or outcomes for WECM or Academic Course Guide Manual's minimum objectives have been accomplished?
No, and let me explain. The Mechanical Engineering Transfer Compact, the institutions that have signed on to that have agreed that after 3 years they're going to evaluate the effectiveness and the success of this model that they have created. And I believe that the institutions signing on to the other compacts will do the same thing. We'll learn from that experience, and that's important for a large number of courses in the ACGM, but not all of them. Now, for those that are not a part of a transfer compact, we can't do anything. We don't have the resources. We certainly don't have the data. We want to look at these that have been adopted in a group as a transfer curriculum, if you will, and see what they learn from that experience. There may come a time when we decide we need to look again at psychology, bring the faculty back in, and make some changes. But no, there's no reporting requirement associated with the minimum competencies for the learning outcomes for the ACGM courses.
I know people think about the coordinating board and the coordinating board staff as a regulatory body, and in many ways we are. But whenever we get together with advisory committees or other work groups or just groups of you, like in the accountability system peer groups, as long as I've been coming to these meetings, one of the things that's consistently expressed is, why can't the coordinating board be more supportive of our initiatives? Why can't you give us some materials that will make our work easier? Why can't you help us do our work and provide us with materials for faculty development or staff development? And I think this is one of those things where we felt we kind of had a win-win situation. We really want to provide better consistency with dual credit and transfer success dual credit into college and then college transfer. And I think the proof of this pudding is in transfer success for you all. How students do once they've transferred, and are they prepared for that? And so if you can look at these learning outcomes in the ACGM and the learning outcomes in the WECM, which really has been our model, as something that we're trying to do to actually give you some useful tools without telling you you have to report back on us about how you used them. Because really, you'd be assessing how useful the tools we give you are, which means you'd be assessing us. Now, that's not such a bad idea, is it?
Yeah, that's well said. Speaking strictly for the ACGM, I want to emphasize that it's a transfer manual and it's a funding manual. It's not an assessment manual. We hope that the learning outcomes were written in a way that they are accessible. I made sure that each group at the beginning of its work got that instruction, that these learning outcomes are not just pedagogical statements, they're statements that need to be usable for purposes of assessment. But the manual does not mandate assessment, and there are no plans for the manual to mandate assessment.
And this is being recorded.
Yes, I'm on the record here.
What did you say, James? Just so I know, you report to me,
I was just saying that the ACGM is a transfer manual and it's a funding manual, but it's not an assessment manual, and there are no plans right now to make it an assessment manual.
I agree with that.
Thank you, folks.
Janet asked me to give a brief description of another initiative and then allow Gabriela Borkerman to describe the data associated with that. The other piece of the review of existing programs that I mentioned earlier, in addition to low producing, that the board has asked us to do is we have this information on our website that we've been developing this existing performance review system for undergraduate programs, and this includes career and technical certificates, applied associate degrees, and above. Basically, we're in the process of finalizing the online system, which everyone will have access to, and we're looking at a combination of input, throughput, and output measures. Obviously, the most obvious output measure is the number of graduates. In certain cases, depending on the purpose of the degree, another output measure might be job placement, for example. But Gabriela is going to talk about the data in a minute. We are looking at these measures, input, throughput, and output, and we're in the process of finalizing the weighting of these measures. Our board has said that they don't want us to focus on inputs anymore. That's why we developed several years ago the streamlined process of approval of new programs, and we're focusing on those throughput, retention, and success measures. So we will be weighting those, giving less weight to the input, the number of enrollees, giving more weight to the throughput and output measures. And you'll see more information about that on our website soon when we finalize those weights. We're looking at, and Dwayne might want to talk about how the awards are combined. In this case, in the low producing programs review, we do not look at academic associate degrees at all, because that's a different animal altogether. In the existing program review, we are looking at academic associate degrees, as well as applied associate degrees and certificate programs, but we still acknowledge that it's a different animal. And so the measures that and the data that Gabriela will be presenting are dramatically different than ones that you have seen in the past associated with applied associate degrees. Some of the measures are enrollment, obviously, time to degree, persistence rate or completion rate, placement rate, job placement rate, and then degrees awarded. There may be more data, more measures depending on the purpose and function of the degree. We'll be looking at these at the program level, with the exception of the academic associate degree. We'll be looking at the program level. We'll be comparing a program at an institution with programs at accountability system peer institutions. We'll be looking at the average of these measures, depending on how you're grouped, and then also the statewide average for these measures as well. We're crunching all this data ourselves. Gabriella and her staff, in fact, are doing most of that. And the institutions won't have to do anything new at this point. And then in our review, if we find that a program has a significant number of measures that are below the statewide average, below their peer group average on certain things, and that the productivity of the program is short, because we're really looking at programs that aren't low producing for the most part, then we will follow up with the institution and ask for an action plan similar to the action plan that was requested for low producing programs on what they are doing or what they plan to do to improve in whatever measures are deemed deficient. You realize that this is a quantitative review. It's not a qualitative review in any way. Our board is interested in efficiency measures, data such as time to degree. So even though a program may be producing a sufficient number of graduates, if it's taking a longer time to do that than its peers, for example, or the state, we will be asking you to look into that and develop an action plan to decrease something like time to degree, for example. That's my overview. I know, Gabrielle, do you want to talk specifics related to the measures?
Before you go there, Kevin, let me ask you this. On y'all's website, you had a tentative timeline, and I'm just curious. Are y'all going to update that timeline, because it's kind of out of date?
I realize the staff member that has been leading this project is on maternity leave, and so I'm doing her job as well right now. And I realized the other day that that we haven't updated the timeline. The data are almost finished. We're going to be finalizing that by May. The staff will then be reviewing this information in June and July this summer, notifying institutions of any outcomes in August. Similar time frame to the low producing, though we're going to start the low producing review a little earlier. And then we'll ask if for any action plans associated with quote unquote underperforming programs to be sent to the coordinating board sometime in October or November.
Okay, so the zip code chart that y'all had up, is that so that we can go ahead and kind of know and plan for what programs are going to go under this review?
That's the 10-year. Yeah. So we realize that we can't very well review every single program, some 3,700 or so per year. We're actually going to run the data on every program, and we're going to post that on the website. We're only going to review a subset of programs, and we've identified those by 2-digit CIP code on a 10-year schedule. Yes, I looked at that the other day. I wasn't quite happy with the first year, but that's okay. I think we need to stick with what's up there.
Right. Yeah, because a number of those actually, if you look at those 2-digit zip codes, the majority of them are in the academic area.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the way we are running the data is 4 digits. So it will be every 4 digit under that 2 digit.
Yeah.
So that's, and the academic ones, there are 1. There are no zip digits there.
Yeah, all the academic associate degrees are going to be
together. All the academic are together, no matter how you call them. Because if you remember, last year we had this discussion asking you, because some of you reported associate degree in history, but when we really dug into it, it was a general transfer academic associate. And from the point of view of improving, it didn't make sense because every department had something to say in that. So, and
Yes, go ahead.
you have a handout with the measures that we are using. As a general thing, these are accountability system measures. So they should be familiar to you. The first page is the academic associate degree. As you can see, just enrollment transfer rate and the combination of transfer and graduation rate, because pretty much that's what it is for. It's one that is called academic associate degree. Okay, so you have the placement rate. That measure is exactly as the one in accountability system. I'll point out if we do something different in terms of calculating. Otherwise, just consider it the same data. However, this data is at the program level, so it changes things a little bit. And especially if you look at the certificate programs and the associate degree, applied associate degree, this becomes a little bit tricky, because how can we determine who is getting a certificate and we see that the certificate in that zip code? Well, we don't know. Okay, so, but going back at our discussion at the beginning of the meeting about the intent, that's what we are using. The zip code and the intent. If you put there that the student has the intention of getting a certificate, that's the group we are looking at for this measure. When we say, because the idea is they intended to get a certificate in this, did they? It's not, those are our technical program. The same thing for associate degree. They said they intended to get an associate degree in this particular technical program. So,
if a student's intent, that their stated intent is to get the associate's degree, but along the way they get a certificate, unless we somehow figure out...
They get something, but it's about...
But you wouldn't pick them up, the certificate for this measure?
I think we do.
Okay.
It's about how long they persisted, and when you see the data, I know we can see it, I don't know, our pilot from last year, can they see it, or is not public?
Graphic design? No, I'm not sure it's up on the website, but I can check.
But the idea is, even if they persist, did they persist in the same program? Because when you look at how good the program is, the fact that the student persisted in another program may not say something very good about this particular program. So that's why we try to focus on...
but what if they selected as their intent, the intent
If they graduated, they graduated.
So it doesn't matter if their intent was to take classes to get a job or to get employment, but they got a certificate, that'd still count if we reported them on the 9.
If they stated that it's for job skills only, we don't really include them in our things.
So you are using that intent to screen the field.
Yes.
So they have to have an intent of either a certificate or associate before you will pull them in.
Yes.
Okay.
For the academic, we do as we do for everything, like the unknowns are included. Usually we don't really include the job skills and personal enrichment intent, because we always consider that if they don't intend to graduate, it will be counted against you, because we expect them to graduate, but they never had that intention. So,
Gabriella, the intent is which intent? Because we collect that every semester. So are you doing the very first one? When they're first time in college?
Well, it depends on what we are looking, depending on because not necessarily the same group through the measure. So, and I think it's only for persistence rate that we use that, not the rest. So, and probably graduation rate. So, but the intent is used in this case just because there was no, looking at a program, a certificate program, not even at the SIP in general, it's very hard to differentiate between them. There are states who have different codes if it's a certificate program or an associate degree, but we don't. We have the same SIP. So we had to use something. I understand it's not very good, but hey, I hope you'll make it as good as you can make it. So
I'm still trying to understand, Gabriella, if for Perkins IE purposes,
we don't have Perkins IE purposes, IE anymore.
I know, so. But you know, now even with the low producing, it's based on the 4-digit SIP level, and so therefore certificates and its related AAS, as long as they all share the same 4 digits, then that classifies that as a program for CTE. Mm-hmm. So it would seem to me that if we're looking at existing program performance, that we still need to look at the 4-digit SIP code to define that as a program.
But that's what we do. That's what we do.
Okay.
So that's how we define it. The discussion is which students you put in the certificate, because you want to see is the purpose of the programs attained or not.
Okay.
So that's where the difficulty is, but it's 4-digit.
Okay.
I think I'm still having a little bit of a problem or concern with the identification of students for the analysis up front by their intent, and screening, as Francette was saying, screening them, especially because we do have students who say, well, I'm not coming here to get a degree, but then they wind up with a degree. We would not get credit for those students from what I'm hearing you say, right? And that's why I have the question, at what point do you take
I'll be happy to include them, but you may not like it. I mean, it doesn't make a difference. I mean, philosophically, I understand. But when your graduation rate will go down, because we are not going to including this, but not including the other, just let's make it pretty where we can make it pretty, then would you like that? When in fact that student never had the intention to graduate.
Well, it would
it's fine with
me. It's goal to include an individual who didn't declare a major who ended up graduating, but for those that did declare a major, and this happens quite often, they don't end up graduating. There are problems with that, and there are benefits to that as well. The graduation rate is the tough one. I think you're right. The time to degree is a little bit better because we're looking at, the fact that they got a degree. Now, how long did it take them to do that, regardless of whether or not they were full-time, part-time, or declared major or undeclared major?
And they are included. If they got a degree, they are included in that calculation.
Wouldn't you be able to pull from the 002 report those students who have a declared program?
No, we get that from CBM1.
Okay, then it would seem to me that would be the data set that you would pull to create your denominator to track.
Well, we take from CBM1 everybody who declared this particular program that we are looking at. The difficulty is because we are looking at a particular program that not a SIP, it's certificate SIP, associate SIP. Right. Now, how I cannot put everybody in everything, right? So that's where the intent comes into play, which I'm not happy, but I have nothing else. However, if you look at that goes for enrollment, goes for persistence. When you look number of degrees awarded, you go to CBM 9, where you get everybody who earned something under that particular SIP. The same for time to degree. We start 2011, go back 10 years. If it took them more than 10 years, well, but during that past 10 years, we'll try to see the first time when they showed up in the records. And that would be the time to degree. And it's like calculated by years. So it's tedious. And we find a lot of students that are not coded correctly, that we cannot really pinpoint the moment they start, but hey, we do our best. So depending on the measure, we can be...
Did you say tedious or idiot?
Tedious. So, and again, I'm mentioning this because I'm working also on data for Complete College America. And those two are a little bit different in the sense that what we do here in time to degree and is looking at CBM1, okay? These particular measures don't include number of credits earned toward during all that time. But if you look in the almanac, you'll see that. So all the almanac and the program review and whatever go together. However, if somebody got a higher degree than the one that we are looking at, we remove that student from the group because we don't want the combined hours for a bachelor degree or a previous associate degree that they earned during those 10 years to add up. So we just remove those people. We don't want this time increase just because there are people who earned a higher level award before this one that we are looking at. So keep that in mind when maybe the numbers.
Just to make sure I understood what you just said, if we have someone come to a community college career technical program and they already hold a baccalaureate degree,
we remove that person from the calculation of time to degree. Because when we look back where he started and how many credits that person took, they didn't do it for this particular award that we are looking at. So it's not fair to have a 15 years or 10 years when in fact they were there 2 years.
Gabriela, I have a question. So we have the certificate programs, we have an AAS, and you have these 8 and then 9 criteria. Are you going to come up with a score based on 100 for a program, or how is that going to look?
Yeah, I think we're working out those details right now.
We didn't decide it, but it's actually Kevin. We just our department is working on diligently is to find a way to present the data to you to be useful and very easy to access. So it will be, if I have my way, and I think we all agree, that kind. There's 3 years of data, 10,000 of SIPs. I don't know how many institutions. You should be able to select 1 year or all years, 1 institution, 10 institutions, whatever you want to select, and generate the report. We don't want to put you through that tedious PDF that you need to go through everything. So we'll try to make it as easy to use as possible. So even if a SIP code is not reviewed that year, is reviewed in 5 years, you will see the data every year. You'll know exactly where you stand. So you can make the corrections or, maybe give it up, or I don't know.
Once we finalize the weighting of each of the measures and then finalize what outcome there will be, I don't think that we're going to publicize on the website that a particular program gets a particular score. The data are all there, and you'll have the opportunity to compare your program to other programs. But in our response back to the institution on a particular program is where we'll identify any deficiencies and ask for corrective action.
Templates that were being... It was a little scary, some of the templates that were being displayed.
Were there scores and ratings on them?
Yeah,
really?
that was going to be public knowledge.
Okay, well, I apologize. No.
we are running this data right now, so I cannot tell you much about how it looks like. It's very hard, and when you'll see it, I appreciate any feedback. We have no comparison. We have a persistence rate for total, but by program is the first time when we start doing that. So that makes it hard to really look at the data, at least for me, and say, well
of course.
Does it make sense or not? So.
And soon, maybe this kind of addresses your concern. I mean, since this is the first time we're looking at these sorts of data at the program level, we may find that some of them are not as useful, and we're not going to hold an institution to something that is unreliable.
But we don't know now. So.
My sense is that with the two-year schools, it's going to be difficult because they change their major every other term from program.
It's worse at the four-year schools.
Yes.
Really? Oh my God.
You wouldn't believe, especially technical programs, they are not so bad. No. Because I looked at that for Perkins, and we say they change. They don't. They don't really change so much.
CTE programs, it's much less frequently a problem.
Probably between certificate and associate what they earn, but not so much in majors. Now they do multiple majors in 3 years and get, that's another issue, but we look 1 year at a time. So.
I'll show you how many times they change majors. I'll show you how many times those 450 students change majors.
And I'm not saying they don't, but don't think it's worse than the universities.
I'm not saying that either.
That's all we are saying.
But they change majors a lot.
I agree with that.
They'll start in welding and go to pipe fitting and then go to something else and then go back to welding.
Well, when you'll see this data...
And they won't even go tell us that they've changed majors.
Well, all I have is what you report to us. And when we look at...
And all we have, Gabriella, is what the student reports to us.
I know. But if they change their major without telling you, that means we don't know they changed their major.
Hand me a microphone, by the way.
So, I mean, that's all we have. And these measures look if they persist in your program or other program, if they transfer to an institution in the same program or other program.
And Gabrielle, all I'm saying is you're trying to calculate something that's totally unreliable.
And one of the reasons that we are looking at a program at the 4-digit CIP code, we know that doing so at the 6-digit would be extremely problematic. It may be the case that we've run some pilot programs, but not a large number of them. It may be the case that we shift to a higher level, looking at programs at the 2-digit level.
It's too much for a technical program. I mean, we discuss, and that is too much. Maybe, David, some of those changes are captured in the 4-digit. Even if they change their 6-digit, maybe they're in the same 4-digit. So we thought that would make it better. I think 2-digit will put the universe in everything. So
depends on the size of the institution.
Yeah.
I've gotten a question coming in from online about whether the institutions should stop encouraging the students from declaring majors. And, you know, I think...
I can answer this very simple. If they still want Perkins money, they better declare major, because they are not going to get any money for a technical student with no major. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's up to that institution.
And I know the whole effort of completion by design is actually to encourage students to declare and carry through so that they get finished faster and have...
As soon as they enroll, if possible.
Yeah.
And I think, I mean, 2-year schools are now subject to House Bill, was it 30.
Yeah, to file the.
The one that requires a student to file a degree plan by 45 hours.
Probably if they have to file a degree plan every time they change their minds, maybe you won't see so much movement around. It's because it may be too much headache. And I think they will have more direction to begin with. And we can look at the other side too. Maybe if they change their minds so often, it's something they don't like in those programs. It can be any reason, but maybe we should look for the reason.
Okay, so this probably will be the subject of future conversations, I bet.
I was just going to respond to, I was waiting to get the mic, sorry. I was just going to respond to what, I mean, I admire your optimism about how this is going to make students more organized, but really all it's going to mean is that they declare a major and file a degree plan to comply with the law, and we'll know what their major is when they graduate.
Quite frankly, for me, is the graduation major. That's the bottom line. And that's why I'm not very happy with the time to degree, because I think all these changes increase the time of degree. I'm not even sure 5 years from now I want to go back and calculate time to degree considering only those courses. Now we have S, right? So I may be able to consider only those courses taken during a period of time that apply to that particular major. Right now we include everything, but I think the time of degrees are so long because of these changes.
I've got another question. Am I thinking correctly that the new financial aid regulations coming down from the feds severely restricts students from changing majors? Anybody know anything about that?
Talking about the ATV? Oh, that's getting them in the front door.
I mean, I don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
So maybe the ability to benefit thing that they are referring to, and that will change.
About the filing of the degree, coordinating board staff analyze bills when they're proposed and in various iterations, and we really articulated the disadvantages of having community college students file a degree, especially at 45 hours, especially for academic students who are planning to transfer, because it's kind of late at that point. The most important thing for me is whether or not they took the courses that are going to transfer and apply to a degree. So, but our bill analyses, they go to the legislature, and who knows what effect they have. So we do argue for you sometimes,
Okay, thanks so much, Kevin. We really appreciate it. And as I said, I think this will probably be a topic of another conversation at one of these meetings and how the data's run. So let's quickly go back to what we were talking about before with the OOS. I want to make sure we at least get to a good portion of the items that are here on the list.
You got the question?
What? Oh, yes. Yeah, exactly. So Connie Gabriella reminds me that you were just getting ready to ask a question. Mm-hmm. Yes, I did. I stopped her. Mm-hmm.
Well,
do you remember it?
Luckily, I wrote it down.
Yay, good for you.
So I could remember. You were talking about, well, this isn't the one I wrote down. I've got to find the right page.
Well, while Connie's doing that, I can tell you I've gotten a couple of emails, and there were suggestions that we run some things based on the location or the mode of delivery for the course. We've got that same request from the university, so we'll look at that some more. And another one was on whether the courses are taught by part-time or full-time faculty. And once again, we had a kind of similar suggestion from the universities who were interested in grading by the rank of the faculty member. So, and especially as we track students out over time, it may be interesting to follow based on some faculty characteristics. No, but they do have maybe full-time, part-time, or adjunct, or or something. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Are you ready for me?
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
Yes, I am.
On when you were discussing dual credit,
Mm-hmm.
and you're showing here percent of students who graduated or persistence after they've been in the dual credit program of a specific college. I'm assuming that you're creating the cohort at the high school level when they're in dual credit and then tracking them to see if they persist to graduation. Is that correct?
Yes, if we're looking at students who took a dual credit course, that's what's on this particular worksheet,
Okay.
then obviously the cohort would include students who are still in high school.
So then what happens, and I heard you say that you could track it even if they didn't go to that particular college that they were attending in conjunction with the dual credit.
Right.
But what happens, because the dual credit students are a lot of times our brightest and best students, a lot of them go off to college out of state. Are they dropped out of the denominator so not to, lower the percentage of persistence? Or are we penalized because those bright students do go to MIT or somewhere?
Right. Well, first of all, this is not an accountability measure per se right now. Now, there may be some reports that we take from the and we will use for accountability measures, but right now we're just looking at this one for information purposes. What we have done with tracking dual credit, because we do have some data that I've worked with, tracking dual credit students from where they did the dual credit and where they've enrolled, is we have not tracked students who have gone out of state. The data we have right now, we capture students when they first enroll FTIC at a Texas public or independent, and then we track back and look to see what they've done for dual credit, and then we move forward from there. So when we look at things like the percent of students who graduated persisted, it's from when they started as a first time in college student after they completed high school.
Okay.
So that is the way we've done it now. These are just prototypes, just ideas, but I'm thinking that was probably something that we would do. The students who left the state wouldn't show up with any kind of grades or GPAs for what happened when they got to college. So those students, they'd show up in the number and then they would disappear after that. We wouldn't have any data for them because they just did dual credit. So in this particular case, I think this would only show students who we had information about once they moved to that subsequent course, once they moved into an institution as a traditional student and not dual credit.
So the cohort college would not be the dual credit college. It would be where they started to actually attend regular college classes.
Right, but we were able to show both. We can take students who have entered and look back and only show data for those who did dual credit at a particular institution, who then enrolled at a Texas public and moved onward. So the cohort college in that case for where the dual credit was done would be a community college or someplace where they didn't. But we would only track out for those students who, after they completed the dual credit there, they enrolled at a Texas public or independent, or in this case public, because we only have the grades on the S and this information for the publics. We would only include those in the cohort that we could track forward. So we could show it by both where they did the dual credit and where they first enrolled.
Well, I know at our college, and I'm sure it's the same at all of them, what we're interested in our dual credit students in tracking is seeing, does participating in our dual credit programs prepare those students better for college, and that they persist more and they finish earlier,
right,
and that sort of thing? So, we're interested in tracking them as far as we can.
Correct. Now, I hope you're aware we do have some outcome data, some of that tracking online for dual credit students now. I hope you've seen that. And this particular data would be to give us more detail, and for this report, I think there's really a lot of interest in what happens in that sequent course. So we're getting to really quality and alignment issues here. Are the dual credit courses aligned to the next level course? Are the students getting what they need to know when they're taking that course so that when they get to the next course, they're ready, they've had the rigor in the dual credit course that's necessary to be successful in the next level course? You've probably been aware there's been a lot of questions about the quality of dual credit courses, and are there differences on the high school and college campus? And this is one way that we'll be able to get to that. We've been able in the past to say, here's our dual credit students, here's how many persist the next year when they enter college, if they graduate in 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. We've looked at all that data, but we really have a challenge with the dual credit students with that data because there's a selectivity factor. Students have to meet certain qualifications to even get in. So our persistence rates are better for our dual credit students pretty much across the board, and the time to degree, more graduate in 3 years than the overall population, more graduate in 4 years than the overall population. But you're looking at a selective group, and that's been a real challenge. So with this type of information, we'll be able to say, here's a group of dual credit students who took this particular course on a high school campus, and here's what happened to those students when they got to the next level course. And especially in things like math and science, it'll be interesting to see, were they ready, were they successful? Obviously, learning how outcomes are going to help a lot, as Catherine was saying, with dual credit courses, because we do have, hopefully, some more consistency there, so we'll be able to say, yes, these students have met certain outcomes and are ready for the next course, they're prepared. But this is another way to try to get at some of those dual credit quality issues.
Okay. Shall we move on to the next example? On the following page, this would be a potential report by course, by the most popular courses that we see students taking around the state. And so we now have for the universities what they think are the ACGM crosswalk for academic courses, so we can do this based on that ACGM number for universities too, which we never used to be able to do. Okay, so this would be just a way of comparing students as they come in and how they do in a particular course, and we could do it within a number of semesters or years if we needed to. You can see we've, in this example, used by the preparedness of the student. Was the student TSI ready in an area that directly impacts the course that they were taking, or were they not? And then how did they do as they went along? So, and then did they persist? So just another variation trying to take into account differences in students. And yes, speak up, say anything you want.
I was just thinking of a question that we had when we were working on these reports. For students who do courses pass-fail, that can be a challenge for reporting. Sometimes we do collect it very specifically on the S, whether they took a course pass-fail and pass got credit or did not get credit. But in terms of grouping students and how that we show the data, we in this particular one, you'll see we group no credit with the D's and the F's. We've been thinking about where do we put the students who passed, whether it's with a GPA or with a grade, or whether we really need to have a separate category for those students. I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on that. If putting them at the minimum level is the best place, a C or a pass, kind of grouping that together, or if it's better. If anyone have any thoughts?
You need to group them with a separate group, because I heard you mention earlier that you were also wanting to look at credit award, AP, all of that.
Yeah.
That would be another one that would, because typically, I can speak for TSTC, I can't speak for the other colleges, but we do not give grades for AP credit and stuff. That
right.
We just give a CR. They earned credit.
Right. That would not show up on one of these reports,
I know
though,
it wouldn't show up on here,
course.
but it's similar to the pass-fail. I would think you would need a separate category for those, because to group them with D's and F's is very misleading.
Well, that would be the no credit we would put with D's and F's, obviously. It's the no credit. If someone was in a pass-fail course and they didn't pass, that one was more obvious to us. We put the D's and F's together. But you'll see on one of these examples we have 2.0 to 2.9 or passed. It's really hard to, you can come up with too many categories for this sort of report, and it can be confusing.
And I don't know how, we don't do a lot, I can't remember, we don't do a lot of pass-fail, I think, at TSTC, but a lot of probably the community colleges.
Yeah, do folks just, do people do a lot of pass-fail at this level?
Just other passing grade.
That's good. If it's not a lot of students, and we can run the data and see, that's one of the things I said will be interesting to see from the S. If it's not a lot of students, then I think grouping them somewhere and making it clear that's where we've put them is fine. If it's a lot of students, I could see why you'd want to have a separate category. So we'll cross that bridge once we've seen a little more data. Thank you.
Okay, and then the next example we have is for the first math class taken by FTIC students. Just a variety of math classes listed across there by the student's level of readiness. And so something like this, by comparing across institutions, we could see patterns and see how similar institutions are in what students are taking. And they aren't.
We did have a version of this where because we know what's coming based on our long conversation this morning about TSI for those students who hadn't met TSI math, we would obviously, perhaps there would be very small numbers of students, but we had that grayed out, I think, at one point in terms of what level developmental education they were in, since that wouldn't be the case. But this is more detail for the developmental education, the different levels. So we are collecting that data now.
Okay, we only have half an hour left, so we're going to run through this real quickly. On the back side, you'll see some additional suggestions that we have for things that we could possibly run. So we need your input. This is one place where you guys can really help us decide where we should focus our efforts and what kind of information we're putting out there, or what would be useful for you to know how your students are doing. And certainly we already do something about students transferring from community colleges onto universities and vice versa, and so we could do some other variations on that report as well. Okay, want to make sure that Gabriella has plenty of time to talk to you about the Perkins topics and these other things.
Very quick at that.
Yeah, okay.
And I'll combine the first update because it's a question, actually. I'll be very quick for the simple reason that I was waiting for word from OVE that the new blueprint is out for what they intended to do with Perkins 5. I didn't hear it's out, so not much to say. What I really want to give you heads up, that's why I put this handout, is that in Perkins 5, it seems that program of study will be the things that you should focus on. And program of study means the way it's defined at this point in time, with different levels starting in high school, continuing in higher ed. That's a program of study. There is a website. It's under career clusters, and I think that's misleading. We're talking around maybe we should change the name, because when it started, it was all about career clusters. Now it's more precise in terms of programs of study. So the feedback we get from Washington. If you go to that texascareerclasses.org, I think it's a website, you will see some program of study that are developed there as a model. But I think the new Perkins 5 will look at technical education in a completely different way. And I don't think we'll have, once it's reauthorized, I don't think it will be much time to implement. And I mean, I encourage you to be familiar with the concept of program of study, look at what you are doing, and think for the future, to the future, so, what you want to do. Because I'm not sure how much time it will be for this kind of change. To me, it seems a major change. It probably you'll have a better feel. I'm not qualified to talk about the changes that may occur in terms of curriculum and all other things. I just want to give you a heads up. To start thinking of programs of study when you think about technical education and workforce training.
Gabriella, if I could, I will send you an email, both to Janet and you can send it to those who are attending. At Amarillo College, we actually have already accomplished that. Within the career clusters, programs of study are pathways is another word. It's called program of study in the Perkins Act itself, but pathways and program of study. And we have brochures for the 11 of 16 career clusters that we have offered. And the big thing that we have done is move to what the Gates Foundation refers to as stackable credentials, which is the same thing as multiple
That's pretty
entry,
much what I'm talking about.
Exit.
But the main, and I can send you a document from OVE that's called 10 Characteristics of a Program of Study. And one of them, I'm not sure if it's the very first one, is starts in high school, continues in higher ed. So this transition between secondary to post-secondary is the main thing that they are looking at.
Well, and I would just
has to be
add to that, because that's what we've done. We aligned it with the public schools.
Right.
So we started with Amarillo ISD. And so in the brochures that I'll send you the link to, you will see the secondary preferred courses. Mm-hmm. And then you will see our courses. And the next thing we're doing now is aligning with the area universities, because it is truly that pathway, that pipeline.
That's what they want.
That's what they're looking for. So if it is helpful, I thought it might be something.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you, Denise.
And on that Texas Career Clusters website, I'll send it to you if you are interested. That's what you'll see. You'll see starting in high school and continuing. Now, for me, the whole issue is more than half the students we serve in technical education are not coming directly from high school. So it needs a plan. What do we do with those? So just heads up what is coming, and be prepared. As I said, OVE is working on a blueprint. It's not out yet. They told me it will be beginning of March, but I didn't hear anything about coming out. So that's all I can tell you. I included also a page with OVE connections. I got this from our OVE audit team that was here. They wanted us to encourage the community colleges to apply for the second round grants. That I think the due date is May 24th, so I wanted you to have the announcement for that. And I encourage you to do it. That's from OVE. Talking about our audit, I don't know if you are aware, a team of OVE staff was here for a week looking at everything we do in Perkins at both secondary and post-secondary. Everything went well. In terms of data, they were very impressed with the data we have. And so they were satisfied there. I think they visited several institutions. I don't know if I know they visited the TSTC campus and I think 2 or 3 other community colleges. Anybody here who got the visit from them? So they were satisfied with what they found and what they saw.
Yeah.
The bad news in terms of Perkins is that I guess you are aware that we did not meet the target for 2P1. And we are on our way to be in big trouble over that. Our target was like 32. We were at 28. Next year will be 38. Personally, I don't really think we'll increase 10% by December. So the data is, the work is done by now anyway. So the plan from our Perkins department is to look at, we need to have a plan, an improvement plan. So we are going to look if we can point to some schools that really need to do some improvements. It may be leadership grants for that, very targeted. So we are in discussion, but when your application for Perkins will come, you may see some things that will say, oh, you need to improve whatever percent on this measure. 28% of the performance of 2P1, which is, I know it's a strange measure. The percentage of students who left and got a degree. So it's not your graduation rate, it is the percentage of the students who left. And we need to increase that. So be aware that we are not doing so well on that measure. And I think any questions about Perkins, it will be reauthorized. It should be this year, but nobody has any hope that it will happen, so probably next year. For what? For the...
Will it affect our upcoming year?
Well, we are going to run the data, and we'll put the data in Perkins data resources. Before, as we do every year. And I need to come up with some scenarios how we are going to try to increase in a very simple terms. You either decrease the denominator or increase the numerator. Being about students who leave, probably the best way is to just keep them in and have that counseling or programs for them not to drop. If they left your institution and went to another institution, those are not the students we are looking at. As long as they are enrolled somewhere, then, they are not in the denominator. So you'll know.
Question, is this a time to talk about tech prep?
What I wanted to bring up with tech prep, that is gone. There is no more tech prep in Texas. So there will be no reporting to the feds about tech prep, even though my understanding is the agreements for tech prep students should be honored. Till the students who were in the pipeline go in, but that's my understanding. The reason I put it on the update is to ask you, what should we do with that code as the students? For the purpose of reporting, we can give it up right now because we are not going to report tech prep anymore.
Programs we might have a tech.
Now, what I'm saying is that a tech prep student was a tech prep student if he or she came from high school as a tech prep student. Nobody became a tech prep student in post-secondary. There are still tech prep students in the pipeline. Okay? So my guess and my understanding is that probably you should honor those contracts and agreements that you had. But there will be no more tech prep students coming in from, in secondary. They still have some seniors, but there will be no more new tech prep students. That's what I'm talking about. So in a year or two, or I think that it's
Gabrielle,
5 years.
That number from the 001 or whatever, it was always a bad number.
I know.
It was all, so just get rid of it. It was never used for anything. It was a bad number. It didn't work. Also, the programs themselves in the clearinghouse, where a program is either technical or tech prep. From my point of view, I would like them all to be technical.
That's what they will be.
Yeah, when you start doing the prep and you have to add them together and all that kind of stuff, and yeah, just stop. Since it was never good data, there's no point in worrying about it. As far as the contract is a contract, so nothing anybody else does is going to change that.
From the reporting point of view, we are no longer reporting tech prep. We are reporting technical students. And from our point of view, technical students, everybody is fine. So what do you want to do for next fall? Do you want to just get rid of that code, or? Okay.
Gabriella, this isn't you're not saying to get rid of tech prep as a concept in terms of us awarding credit for the high school.
That's what I'm saying, that type of contract needs to be honored till tech prep students in the pipeline finish. When you tech prep was dismantled last year in Texas. It's still in the law, but there are no more consortia, no more leadership for tech prep, no more activities related to tech prep.
Tech prep existed before there was a law. So it doesn't matter what you call it. We can maintain the programs that we've had long before there was tech prep. So you can stop calling it and stop talking about it. We don't care. We're still going to do what we have always done.
Right. But be aware that before it was a reporting requirement to separate those two. Is no longer there, and because tech prep has no longer any funding.
Okay.
So,
Gabrielle, we've communicated with our secondary schools. If they have an articulated credit form on file, we will honor it, but no other students will be coming through.
Right. Yeah, and TA pretty much is their policy. The ones who are in the pipeline will finish, but no more new students.
Okay.
So.
Yes.
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 We'll bring them back together.
Yes.
Okay, so.
Just to mention, you have a handout with Achieving the Dream measures as were developed by Achieving the Dream and the data group of 6 states. All I can say is that we'll have to publish some data related to those measures. There is a state group that Marta is chairing, and there are like 10 researchers. They are supposed to advise us what measures they would like to start with, to put there, and how this publishing of data will take place. It won't be only for Achieving the Dream schools, it will be for every community college, but so whatever measures
and
are picked.
CTC Lamar too.
Yeah, every 2-year institution. I'm sorry?
When does that start?
We meet on the 10th or something. As soon as the group will give the feedback, then we'll try to design it as soon as possible. So
we're meeting on April 10th. So, and that's the time when we're actually talking about the various measures. I would highly recommend that we send those out to the institutions and get comments and feedback, and I will do so.
So what I put in your handout is to be aware what the measures are, how they are calculated, the disaggregations that are possible to publish. So, and that's aligning with every other state in achieving the dream.
Okay. Go down to 13 minutes.
Oh,
the countdown. Okay.
Let me finish with the gainful employment report and exit cohort report. What I'm working now is to align those two as well as we can. There is a difference in methodology between them. There won't be exactly the same just because it's a slightly different philosophy behind it, but we'll try to make it as consistent as possible. For the next, at least gainful employment report, we're going to try to go to that kind of interactive report that you can select this or that, so to get away from the PDF. And, so we'll do everything we can to have a different format that will allow you to select only one program or, that's the plan. But don't expect the two reports to be absolutely the same because gainful employment is a duplicated report and the other one is not. I think I'm done.
Okay. Quite a while ago, it seems like years ago now, we started hearing that the federal government was going to look at student success at community colleges, and they issued their report in December of 2011. Maybe everybody's pretty familiar with it. We'll send you the link in case you're not, but Julie's going to make just a couple comments about that.
Yeah, I just wanted to say we went through the report and there were a couple of measures that were proposed nationally that we thought it would be worth bringing up with you that might be possibilities for the state accountability system in Texas. And do feel free to, we'll send the link out to look at the entire report, and if you have suggestions for other things that they're looking at, let us know. But the two things we were looking at was one that part-time degree-seeking students should be added to the cohort. They're, of course, suggesting this for iPads, but we were wondering if that's something that we should be doing in terms of the accountability system.
Julie?
Yes.
I went to the IPEDS TRP, the technical review panel, on adding the part-time students to the graduation rate. I can't tell you the details of the review panel discussions, but they are talking about multiple cohorts being reported at various different intervals. Now, once they get all the notes pulled together, they will send out an email to all the iPads key holders. Please be looking for it. They will have a comment period. And my concern is the burden of trying to keep track of 5, 6, 7 cohorts of students broken out by full-time cohorts and part-time cohorts, and looking at, 100%, 200%, or, the number of students who graduated within 3 years or 4 years or 5 years or whatever. All of that seemed to me really burdensome. I mean, I'm at a large college and I've got staff, but it still will be very much of a burden for us. One of the things about the TRPs is that we have the associations and the research organizations represented, and they're always wanting more data so that they can do the research. But, they're not actually having to pull the data together with small staff and so forth. So, I bring up the burden issue, but I'm one voice. So if you will look at that, look for that, where they have a comment period on the new reporting requirements for the part-time and the full-time graduation rates, please comment. Charles?
I appreciate the idea about in our major argument. part-time in the majority?
I'm not saying that I'm not supportive of including part-time. I'm all for it. It's just how often they want you to report the data, and it's also broken out by the race, ethnicity, all the things that we have to report. If you multiply that by 5, 6, 7 cohorts every year, it gets to be a lot of work. So that's the issue that I have is the frequency, perhaps, and the number of cohorts. No, I think part-time should be in there. Sorry.
That's fine. Well, does that mean there's a consensus that you'd like part-time considered to be added to accountability?
I think you have to because it's coming.
Yeah.
It's part of IPEDS.
Mm-hmm. We'll try to align what's done with what they do, obviously. And there are some cohorts where we include part-time students with the Dev Ed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, so that was one measure, and just in the interest of time, the other thing that they were focusing on is including students who weren't college ready versus students who were in graduation rate cohorts. And that's actually something we've done now. We have available on our Dev Ed data page. It's not part of accountability, but we show students who were not TSI complete when they came into higher education, their graduation rates, and then we show the rate for students who were considered college ready. We show graduation and those who are still persisting, which is, I think, important for those students who come in who aren't ready, because often it takes them longer to complete. So we show a graduation and a persistence rate for those students at the 3-year point, and that we have that online. And is that something people think would be worthwhile to also include in accountability, so you can see that there's definitely differences between students who come in ready and those who don't? I'm seeing some heads nod and some people. Something to think about, at least. We wanted to bring this to you, and we can certainly talk about this again the next time the group gets together, but I'm seeing more nods than not, so thank you.
Okay. I know we have some other things on here, but I think the one thing that I would really like to hear from you guys is topics for the fall meeting. I know I have on here the draft of the accountability changes that were discussed last time, and I've sent that out to everybody shortly after the fall meeting. I didn't really get any comments back. We don't have time to go through it now. What I will do is send it back out to you again, and I tried to pretty clearly mark on there what your comments were, and we'll try to accomplish as much of that as we can. It's always a balancing act between us and the IT section on what changes they can make. But topics for the fall meeting, are there any things that you know of that are going on that are important, either that you want to hear from the coordinating board, what we think's happening, or that are important at your institutions that you would like to discuss with each other? Any ideas? Because we want to make sure if we have a meeting that it's as meaningful as possible. So.
Yes. Yep.
I have one.
Okay.
I would be interested in viewing if you guys could help us come up with some average debt load of our graduates, either and segmented by at our institution and then other debt they may have brought with them. That is a topic that we understand will be a hot topic at the next legislative session.
Yeah, sounds hot. Okay, Danita or Gary, either one?
I don't really have any specific requests other than I just want to thank y'all for this meeting today. I mean, I've been coming to these accountability meetings for 8 years. I sit there a lot of times and roll my eyes, but today this has been really helpful. This is the kind of meeting that we used to get in our associations when a large number of coordinating board staff would come in and spend the day with us and talk to us about trends and issues.
Well, good.
And I just want to thank y'all for putting this together, bringing in all the staff, keeping them here today. I know it's really tough to do. So anytime you can do something like you've done today, I certainly do.
Yeah, so what we try to do for you. So things like core, do you want core again in the fall? Oh yeah, core. Okay, Danita?
For sure, anything that there have been hearings on and discussions that at least we have a sense of direction or conflicts that are going on that could potentially end up being in legislation. The CFI being added to the accountability system, how you're doing, we talked a little bit about that in the fall, but we didn't talk about it today, so if we get to that, or if there's been some changes since then. Anything on institutional effectiveness, too, that would be an accountability system that is because particular legislators are influenced. I'm just thinking that we're seeing such radical changes like we've never seen before. So if you could keep us kind of apprised, and then just like he said, not only the core, but academic course guide manual, it's hard to know which ones are being updated, trying to keep a handle on which ones are. I'm glad to know we don't have to do assessment on that. But since we serve as institutional representatives for information from the coordinating board, anything you can do to keep us up to date.
Okay.
Something that I wanted to add to Dr. Goman's conversation that just dawned on me, but we are also addressing the developmental education learning outcomes, all of them, reading, writing, math, and ESL. So, but our timeline is starting a little bit later because we're trying to deal with this TSI assessment selection. So we probably won't start until May, but our nominations have already been received. So just wanted to give you a heads up on that. And I'm sure you'll also want to know what the status is of the new assessment and what's happening with that in terms of anything that we can share, like we said, to help you with that March 1st deadline.
Right, and I also heard someone ask me during break about developmental education plans and the DEPs and how all of this will tie into that, whether institutions will have to redo plans and the DEPs will have to be... No, but the DEPS is what people is related. The developmental education plan survey. Obviously, there'll be some changes with that, and the question was about plans. So that's another thing that we'll be able to address.
We've seen a lot of templates today. I think it would be appropriate to perhaps revisit those templates now that, by that time we probably should have seen actual data in many of them, and to look at optimizing some of those.
That's a great idea. And please do not forget to send us ideas for tables and data that we can provide to you from the CBM OOS.
I don't have a topic, but I have a question. Last biennial cycle, we did not do self-reported errors. Are those going away? Will there be an opportunity to do that in the next cycle? The state auditor's office. And
in the past.
Yeah, I know. I have no idea. It's not a question that I would be able to answer right now. If you want me to try
you can put it on and see if they.
Okay.
If you can touch base with them.
Yes, we did mention templates. There's also a template in here for a report to independent school districts. It's kind of a summary report. We call it an ISD resume that has some basic data about high school, about an ISD's high school to college transition, how many students going on to college, how many had met TSI standard, that sort of thing. So if you see that in your handouts, that's just a prototype. Our board was interested in finding a way to bring some of the many pieces of information that we've had available for a long time together in an easy-to-use format that ISD boards of trustees maybe could use, or superintendents, those sorts of folks, to see how school districts are doing in terms of getting their students ready for college. So that's what that piece is, and we can bring you an update the next time on that one also.
And one more time, if you are not aware, we're going to be updating and changing our data website. You've got a draft of what the front page will look like. When it does come up, I'm sure that something will go out to TARE and TACRO to let people know it's out there, probably before we completely turn over to it. That would be my assumption. And so we would like your comments. Be sure and look at it when it happens, because if you use our website often, you're going to have to learn something new, adjust your ways. Okay, so we have managed to use up all the time. Thanks very much again for coming to the meeting, and for all of you who were listening on the web, we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Janet, before you go, I don't know how many of you know, but this is Janet's swan song. Next Friday is her last day at the CB. So we will miss her. I don't know how many of you have looked at the Sunset Review, but the coordinating board got criticized for some of the problems that they have communicating with people, but I have always found Janet one of the good guys, the one you could always go to.